It feels like a lifetime ago, though the memory is as sharp and cold as shattered glass. I was only 28 back then, a fresh face in the homicide division, still carrying the naive belief that every mystery had a logical solution. Most cases did, of course, grim, tragic, but solvable. What happened with Alina Vance, though, ripped that idea right out of me. It still does sometimes when I'm staring into my own reflection, wondering if the person looking back is truly me. I was living in an old apartment above a bakery in the city's historic district. The rent was cheap, the coffee shop downstairs was excellent, and the commute to the precinct was short. It was a good life, a simple life, a routine that felt safe and predictable. That was before Alina, before the message. Alina Vance was a name that dominated the society pages. A socialite heiress to a shipping fortune known for her lavish parties, her cutting remarks, and her seemingly endless supply of expensive jewelry. She was the kind of woman who wore more money on her wrist than I made in a year, and she knew it. When she vanished, it wasn't a quiet disappearance. It was a scandal that hit the news channels faster than a speeding bullet. Everyone had an opinion. Kidnapped, they whispered, fled with a lover, others snickered. Suicide, a few dared to suggest. No body, no note, no trace, just Alina gone. My partner, Detective Miller, a gruff but kind man with 20 years on the force, called me into the office late one Tuesday. "We've got a new lead on the Vance case," he grunted, already looking tired. "They found something at her penthouse." "Something?" I asked, my pen already poised over my notebook. "A body, a ransom note." He shook his head, pushing a grainy photo across the desk. It was an image of a sprawling, opulent bedroom, all silk and marble. In the center, a large vanity table. Forensics just processed her apartment again. Third time, said they found a hidden message on her vanity mirror. My eyebrows shot up. Hidden? How hidden? Apparently, it was written on the back of the mirror, behind the glass itself. Like someone had taken the mirror apart, written on the silvered surface, and put it back together. Or that's what they initially thought. Miller paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, a familiar sign that something wasn't quite right. Only it wasn't on the back, it was on the front, but it was invisible. "Invisible," I repeated, confused. "How do you write an invisible message on a mirror?" "UV light," he explained. "They used it to check for fingerprints on the glass, and that's when it appeared, barely visible under normal light, but glows bright under UV. He slid another photo over. This one was close-up, showing a section of the mirror under a purple glow. A line of cursive handwriting shimmered on the glass. "I know what you did." A chill ran down my spine, an invisible message. That was a new one. This wasn't just a simple note. This was calculated. "Okay," I said, trying to sound professional, ignoring the prickle of unease. "So, a taunt. Someone knows something about Alina and left a warning. Who found it?" "A junior tech. Kid was thorough, I'll give him that." Miller sighed, rubbing his temples. "But here's where it gets strange. They ran the handwriting through the database. It came back with a match." I waited, pen hovering. This was usually the part where the case broke wide open. "The handwriting," Miller continued, his voice dropping slightly, "belongs to a Sarah Jenkins." "Sarah Jenkins?" I racked my brain, searching for the name. "Who's she?" "Another socialite rival." Miller leaned forward, his gaze fixed on mine. "Sarah Jenkins," he said slowly, "died a year ago. Suicide, jumped from the old bridge downtown." The air in the room suddenly felt heavy, too thick to breathe. My blood ran cold, and the familiar rhythm of my day, the comforting hum of city life outside, faded into a distant echo. The invisible message, the dead woman's handwriting. It was a knot I couldn't untangle. My stomach twisted, an instinctual prickle of dread telling me, without a shadow of a doubt, that the comfortable logic of my world had just been brutally violated. This was no ordinary case, and the sense of wrongness, of something deeply unnatural, had just begun. The silence in Miller's office stretched, thick and suffocating, until the distant wail of a siren finally cut through the heavy air. My mind, usually a well-oiled machine of deduction, felt like a tangled mess of wires, sparking and failing. "Sarah Jenkins," I repeated, the name a leaden weight on my tongue. "Are you absolutely sure?" Miller didn't even look up from the photo of the glowing script. His jaw was tight, a muscle ticking near his ear. "Forensics is never absolutely sure until it's in court, but their preliminary report is solid. Full match, high confidence, it's her handwriting." "But she's dead." The word felt inadequate, almost ridiculous. Dead people don't write messages, hidden or otherwise. My comfortable logic, that bedrock of my professional life, was crumbling. Miller finally met my gaze, his own eyes holding a weariness that went beyond simple fatigue. It was the look of a man who'd seen too much, and now perhaps was seeing something he'd never thought possible. "That's what the report says, kid, and that's why we're having this conversation." He pushed himself back from his desk, the old chair groaning in protest. "Grab Jenkins's file, and Vance S. We're going to need to cross-reference everything." I nodded, my movements stiff, as if my joints had suddenly rusted. The idea of looking at Sarah Jenkins's file, knowing what it contained, knowing it was supposed to be a closed case, felt profoundly wrong. It was like disturbing a grave. Retrieving the files was a mechanical act. The precinct hummed around me, the clack of keyboards, the low murmur of conversations, the ringing of phones, but it all felt muted, unreal. I pulled Sarah Jenkins's file from the archives. It was thinner than most, a standard suicide investigation, victim identified, cause of death clear, no suspicious circumstances. A simple, tragic end, or so we thought. Back in Miller's office, we spread the files across his desk, an archaeological dig into two seemingly unconnected lives. Eleanor Vance's file was a behemoth, filled with witness statements from her staff, social contacts, financial records, security footage logs from her building, and countless dead-end leads. Sarah Jenkins's file was comparatively sparse. All right, let's start with Jenkins, Miller said, leaning over the open folder. Born 1988, worked as a freelance graphic designer, no criminal record, lived alone in a small apartment in the East Village. Jumped from the old Queensboro Bridge on November 14th, exactly 1 year and 3 weeks ago. Witnessed by a late-night jogger. Body recovered downstream 3 days later. Autopsy confirmed drowning, no signs of struggle or foul play. Toxicology clear. No note found at the scene or in her apartment. I scanned the summary, my brow furrowed. No note, that's unusual for a suicide, isn't it? Especially one planned enough to go to the bridge. It happens, Miller grunted, but his voice lacked conviction. Sometimes they don't want to explain, sometimes there's nothing to explain, just raw despair. He flipped through the pages, a stack of evidence, photos clattering. Friends, family, she had a sister, Emily Jenkins, lives out in Long Island. Parents deceased, she was relatively private, according to the few people we interviewed. Nothing to suggest a connection to Eleanor Vance, not directly anyway. What about indirectly? I pressed. Did she ever work for Vance or for one of Vance's businesses, Vance Shipping perhaps? Miller shook his head. No record of it. Eleanor Vance wasn't known for hiring freelancers for graphic design. She had an entire in-house marketing team, all old money types. He rubbed his chin. Jenkins's client list was mostly small businesses, local boutiques, a few nonprofits, nothing high profile. My eyes went back to the invisible message photo, the shimmering cursive. I know what you did. It felt like a direct accusation, a poisoned dart thrown across time and space. And the timing, Sarah Jenkins died a year ago. Eleanor Vance vanished a year ago. Is there any overlap in those timelines? Miller pulled out a calendar from one of the files. Jenkins jumped November 14th. Eleanor Vance disappeared November 20th, 6 days later. A cold dread trickled down my spine. 6 days, not a coincidence. No, Miller agreed, his voice grim. Too close, too many strange factors, a dead woman's handwriting, an invisible message. The timing, this isn't a coincidence, this is connected. But how? I asked, frustrated. If Sarah Jenkins wrote this, then she had to have been alive when it was written, which means the message must have been in Vance's apartment before November 14th. If so, why wasn't it found during the first 2 searches, and why did Vance react to it? Miller leaned back, steepling his fingers. Good questions, kid. Let's tackle them one by one. First, the searches. The initial searches were for signs of forced entry, struggle, a body, a ransom note, standard stuff. They wouldn't have been using UV light to check the back of a mirror. Forensics only went that deep on the 3rd pass because it was a cold case and they were looking for anything, no matter how obscure. That's when the junior tech found it. So it could have been there for over a year, I mused, written before Jenkins died. Exactly, Miller confirmed, which means Sarah Jenkins wrote this message to Eleanor Vance at some point before her suicide, which means they did know each other. And Sarah knew something about Eleanor, something bad enough to prompt that message, I know what you did. And then Sarah Jenkins died, I finished, a new, unsettling theory forming in my mind. 6 days before Eleanor Vance vanished, what if Eleanor Vance did do something, and Sarah knew about it? What if Eleanor silenced Sarah? Miller's eyes narrowed. Murder-suicide then. Vance kills Jenkins, then fakes her own disappearance to escape the consequences. No, I countered, shaking my head. Jenkins's death was ruled a suicide, no signs of struggle. She jumped from a bridge. If Vance killed her, it wasn't a conventional murder. It would have to be something that drove Jenkins to jump, psychological perhaps, or a forced suicide. The words felt outlandish even as I spoke them. Forced suicide is still murder in the eyes of the law, Miller stated, but it's a damn hard one to prove, especially after a year. So Sarah writes the message, dies, and then Eleanor disappears. Could Eleanor have known Sarah wrote the message? Could she have seen it, even if it was barely visible? And then, sensing she was exposed, she fled. Or Miller offered Sarah wrote it, Eleanor never saw it, and something else happened. But the message itself, the fact that it exists, changes everything we know about both cases. He paused, then picked up the phone. I'm calling the ME's office. I want to see Jenkins's original autopsy report and photos. And I want to talk to the detective who handled her suicide, see if they missed anything or if they just didn't know what they were looking for. While Miller made his calls, I dove deeper into Sarah Jenkins's file. Her apartment details a few photos of her surprisingly neat and sparsely furnished living space. A copy of her driver's license photo, a young woman with kind eyes and a faint scattering of freckles, a stark contrast to the sharp, haughty beauty of Eleanor Vance. It was hard to imagine them occupying the same social stratum, let alone having a connection dark enough to warrant such a message. I found a list of her contacts, mostly professional. A handful of personal numbers, including her sister, Emily Jenkins, the last known close family member. She would be our first stop. Miller hung up, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips. Emmy says nothing new to report, standard procedure. Detective Reynolds, who handled Jenkins's case, retired 3 months ago, moved to Florida. His old partner is still on the force, Detective Chen. He'll meet with us this afternoon. Good, I said, the sooner the better. I want to talk to Emily Jenkins first, though. She might be able to shed some light on Sarah's life and perhaps on any secret connection to Alina Vance. Makes sense, Miller agreed, already grabbing his jacket. Let's go, I've got a bad feeling about this one, kid, a real bad feeling. The drive to Long Island was quiet, filled with the unspoken weight of the new direction our case had taken. The city skyline eventually gave way to suburban sprawl, then to leafier, more residential areas. Emily Jenkins lived in a modest split-level house with a tidy lawn and a slightly overgrown rose bush near the front door. It looked peaceful, far removed from the glitzy, cutthroat world of Alina Vance. Emily answered the door herself. She was a woman in her late 30s with Sarah's kind eyes, but her face was etched with a permanent sadness that years of grief had carved. She wore a simple house dress, her hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. When Miller introduced us and mentioned Sarah's name, her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of apprehension mixed with the grief. Detectives, she said, her voice soft, almost hesitant. It's about Sarah, isn't it? Did something new happen? Miller, with his gruff but gentle approach, quickly tried to put her at ease. Ms. Jenkins, we understand this must be difficult, bringing up old wounds. We're re-examining some cold cases and a detail has emerged that might relate to your sister's passing. We just need to ask a few questions. She led us into a living room that smelled faintly of lemon polish and old books. Photos of a younger Sarah and Emily dotted the mantelpiece, capturing smiles that now felt heartbreakingly distant. We sat on a floral couch and Emily took a seat opposite us, wringing her hands in her lap. What kind of detail? She asked, her gaze darting between us. Miller chose his words carefully. We've come across a piece of evidence, Ms. Jenkins, that suggests your sister, Sarah, may have known Alina Vance. At the mention of Alina Vance's name, a palpable tension entered the room. Emily's face, already pale, seemed to drain of what little color it had, her hands clenched. Alina Vance, that socialite who disappeared, what on earth does Sarah have to do with her? Her voice was sharper now, laced with something that sounded like fear or anger. That's what we're trying to determine, Ms. Jenkins, I interjected, leaning forward slightly. We found a message in Sarah's handwriting at Alina Vance's penthouse. It was written on a mirror. Emily stared at me, uncomprehending, then shook her head slowly. That's impossible. Sarah wouldn't have known anyone like Alina Vance. They ran in completely different circles. Sarah was quiet, an artist. She didn't go to lavish parties or whatever it is people like Vance did. Did Sarah ever mention Alina Vance? Miller asked gently. Even in passing, any connection, no matter how small. Emily thought for a moment, her brow furrowed, then shook her head again. No, never, not once. I would have remembered. Sarah kept to herself mostly, but we were close. She'd tell me if she'd met someone like that. A new unsettling thought seemed to occur to her. Her eyes widened. Is this why you're here, because of this message? Are you saying Sarah didn't take her own life? The question was a whisper, fragile and full of desperate hope. We're not saying anything yet, Ms. Jenkins, Miller replied, his voice firm but kind. We're just gathering information. Can you think of anyone Sarah knew who might have moved in those circles, or someone who might have known Alina Vance and connected them? Emily wrung her hands again. No, Sarah's friends were all artists, designers, good people, nothing to do with high society, and her clients were small local businesses. No, I truly can't imagine it. She paused, then added, unless it was through something Sarah worked on. But even then, she was so particular about her clients. She wouldn't have taken a job she didn't believe in. Did Sarah have any secrets? I asked, meeting her gaze. Anything she kept from you, any worries, any fears she might not have shared? Emily looked down at her lap, her voice barely audible. Sarah was a good sister, but she had a period of time, maybe 6 months before she died, where she was very withdrawn. She stopped calling as much. She seemed preoccupied. I asked her what was wrong, but she just said it was stress from work or that she was feeling overwhelmed. She always had a tendency towards anxiety, but this felt different, darker. Did she ever mention being threatened, Miller pressed, or being involved in something she wanted to get out of? No, Emily said, shaking her head vehemently. Absolutely not. If she was threatened, she would have told me, or she would have gone to the police. She was principled. What about her finances? I asked. Any sudden changes, large deposits or withdrawals? Sarah was always careful with money, Emily explained. She wasn't rich, but she managed. She didn't have any outstanding debts that I know of, and no sudden changes. Her bank accounts were pretty consistent, always a decent cushion, never too much or too little. I pulled out the photograph of the mirror message and showed it to her. This is the message we found. Does this handwriting look like your sister S? Emily took the photo, her hand trembling slightly. She stared at the glowing script, her eyes tracing the familiar loops and flourishes. A small gasp escaped her lips. Yes, she whispered, her voice cracking. Yes, that's Sarah's hand. She had such distinctive script. She always said it was part of her brand. Tears welled in her eyes. But what does it mean? I know what you did. What did Sarah know? That's what we're hoping you can help us figure out, Ms. Jenkins, Miller said softly. Think back, anything, no matter how insignificant. Did Sarah ever express strong opinions about Alina Vance? Did she ever talk about a secret, a crime, something she felt she couldn't share? Emily closed her eyes, a single tear escaping and tracing a path down her cheek. The only thing Sarah ever became truly passionate about outside of her art was injustice. She had a very strong sense of right and wrong. She hated bullies, people who took advantage of others, people who thought they were above the law. If she knew about something like that, something someone did, she wouldn't have let it go. She would have felt compelled to act. Compelled to write a message like this, I suggested. Yes, Emily affirmed, opening her eyes. Absolutely. If she had evidence of wrongdoing and felt like no one else would listen, she would find a way to make it known, even if it was dangerous. Dangerous? Miller asked, seizing on the word. Did she ever mention feeling that she was in danger? Emily hesitated, biting her lip. No, not directly. But when she was withdrawn, when she was upset, I asked her if she was all right, if someone was bothering her. She just said she was dealing with something complicated and that she couldn't talk about it yet, but she seemed burdened, like a secret was weighing her down. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. The image of Sarah Jenkins, kind-eyed and principled, burdened by a secret, then jumping from a bridge. It didn't feel like an ordinary suicide. It felt like an ending forced upon her. We appreciate your honesty, Ms. Jenkins, Miller said, standing up. We'll keep you updated. If anything else comes to mind, please don't hesitate to call us. He handed her one of our cards. As we stood to leave, Emily clutched the photo of the message to her chest. Please, she pleaded, her voice desperate. If you find out if someone hurt Sarah, please let me know. Back in the car, the silence was even heavier than before. She knew something, I said, stating the obvious. Sarah knew something about Alina Vance, something big, and it bothered her, it consumed her. And it got her killed, Miller finished grimly, or at least pushed her to kill herself. He started the engine. The connection is there, kid, now we just have to find out what it is. Our next stop was the precinct to meet with Detective Chen, the former partner of Detective Reynolds, who had handled Sarah Jenkins's original suicide investigation. Chen was a sharp, no-nonsense detective, a woman in her late 40s with shrewd eyes that missed nothing. She greeted us with a nod, already having pulled up the digital files for the Jenkins case. Reynolds was thorough, but he didn't have a crystal ball, Chen said, her voice dry. And we certainly weren't looking for invisible messages written by dead people. Frankly, even hearing it now, it sounds like a bad movie plot. Miller explained the situation, detailing the finding of the message and the handwriting match. Chen listened, her expression unreadable, occasionally interjecting with a question about forensics or chain of custody. So what's your gut telling you, Chen? Miller asked after we'd laid out all the facts. Was Sarah Jenkins's suicide as cut and dried as it seemed? Chen leaned back, crossing her arms. At the time, yes, witness saw her jump, body recovered, autopsy clean, no signs of struggle, no note, which is unusual but not unheard of, nothing screamed foul play. But now with this new information, she shook her head. The fact that her handwriting is on a mirror in Alina Vance's apartment with that message and the timing, it changes everything. Did Reynolds note anything peculiar during the investigation? I asked. Anything that bothered him even slightly that he couldn't put his finger on? Chen scrolled through her computer. Reynolds was a meticulous note-taker. Let's see, he noted Sarah's apartment was tidy, almost Spartan. No signs of struggle or forced entry, no drugs or alcohol in her system. Her phone and laptop were wiped clean, factory reset. My head shot up, wiped clean. That's not typical for a suicide, is it? No, Chen agreed, her eyes narrowing. Most people leave behind a digital footprint, photos, emails, social media. Even a suicide note on a laptop is common, but a complete wipe, that suggests someone didn't want their digital life investigated. Either Sarah herself, very deliberately, or someone else did it. And that wasn't considered suspicious at the time, Miller asked. It was noted, Chen replied. Reynolds put it down to her being a graphic designer, probably technically savvy, and perhaps wanting to erase her presence completely. He found it odd, yes, but not enough to flag it as anything more than a peculiar detail in an otherwise straightforward suicide. But now it is, I stated, a surge of adrenaline pushing through my exhaustion. Someone didn't want us to know what was on that laptop or phone. Someone wanted to cover tracks. Precisely, Chen said. If Sarah was involved in something that led to her death, and that something involved Alina Vance, then wiping her devices makes perfect sense. It removes any digital evidence of their connection, any correspondence, any files related to what you did. What about her professional work? I asked. Her clients, her project files, would those have been on her laptop? Presumably, Chen replied. But if the laptop was wiped, those files are gone too, unless she had them backed up somewhere else. We checked for cloud storage, external hard drives, but didn't find anything in the apartment. Her sister Emily couldn't recall any specifics. So if she did work for Vance or on something connected to Vance, all trace of that work would be gone, Miller observed. Or if she was investigating Vance, I added, gathering evidence, it would all be gone. This changes our perspective on the entire Jenkins case, Chen concluded. What was initially a simple suicide now looks orchestrated, either by Sarah herself under duress or by someone else entirely. We need to find out what was on that laptop, I said, a new resolve hardening my voice. Even if it was wiped, there are ways to recover data. It's expensive and time-consuming, but if it holds the key to both these cases, it's worth it. I'll put in the request, Miller said, but it'll take time. In the meantime, we need to dig into Alina Vance's life again with Sarah Jenkins in mind. Who did Alina know that Sarah might have known? Who did Alina interact with who had a connection to the art or design world? Chen stood up. I'll put a flag on Jenkins's file, and I'll reach out to Reynolds in Florida, see if this new info jogs his memory about anything else. He might have dismissed a detail then that makes perfect sense now. We thanked Chen and left, the weight of the investigation pressing down on us with renewed force. The idea that Sarah Jenkins's death was not a suicide but a murder disguised as one was chilling. It meant that a killer had walked free for a year, and that Alina Vance's disappearance was likely connected, either as another victim or a perpetrator on the run. Back at the precinct, Miller and I spread out Alina Vance's voluminous file. We needed to find any link, however tenuous, to Sarah Jenkins. We looked for names, addresses, businesses. We cross-referenced lists of social contacts, employees, and even vendors for her lavish parties. Vance was a patron of the arts, Miller noted, sifting through a stack of event invitations. She sponsored galleries, attended auctions. It's possible she crossed paths with Sarah through the art scene, even if Sarah wasn't a fine artist but a graphic designer. But not as a client, according to Emily, I mused. Maybe an event, a charity gala. Did Sarah ever attend anything like that? I remembered Emily saying Sarah was quiet and kept to herself, not someone who frequented high society events. Yet the possibility lingered. Perhaps Sarah had been there in a professional capacity, helping set up an exhibition or designing promotional materials for a gallery Vance supported. We spent the rest of the afternoon poring over the files, our eyes glazing over with the sheer volume of information. The names blurred, the dates swam. Nothing immediately jumped out. No direct link. It was like trying to find a specific grain of sand on a vast beach. This is getting us nowhere, Miller finally sighed, rubbing his eyes. We need a fresh perspective. We need to look at Alina Vance through Sarah's eyes. What would Sarah have found objectionable about Vance? What secret could Vance be hiding? Emily said Sarah hated injustice, I recalled. She was principled. She wouldn't let wrongdoing go. Vance was a shipping heiress, Miller said, tapping a pen against the file. Massive fortune built on global trade. There are a million ways to cut corners in that industry. Labor abuses, environmental violations, tax evasion, the list goes on. But why would Sarah, a freelance graphic designer, be privy to that kind of information? I countered. It's not like she was an investigative journalist or a whistleblower. Unless, Miller suggested, she stumbled upon it or someone came to her. Maybe she was hired to do design work for a company that was connected to Vance Shipping and she saw something she shouldn't have. Or maybe she had a friend, a client, who was a victim of Vance's machinations. This was a lead, albeit a vague one. We needed to investigate Vance Shipping, a huge corporation likely with layers of shell companies and international subsidiaries. This wouldn't be easy. I started making a list of Vance Shipping's known affiliates and subsidiaries, determined to find any connection to the graphic design world. It was a long shot, but it was all we had for now. The next morning, after another restless night haunted by the image of Sarah Jenkins's kind eyes and the invisible accusation, we found ourselves back at Alina Vance's penthouse. This time, we weren't just looking for clues. We were looking for ghosts. The apartment was still sealed, a crime scene frozen in time, but the atmosphere felt different. The opulence, which had once seemed merely extravagant, now felt like a gilded cage, a cover for something darker. The silence was unnerving, heavy with secrets. We went straight to the vanity mirror. Under the harsh white light of the apartment, the message was barely there, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer that could easily be mistaken for a smudge or a trick of the light. But when Miller shone his portable UV lamp on it, the cursive script leaped out, glowing with an eerie purple luminescence. I know what you did. Standing there, in the very room where Alina Vance had lived, seeing the dead woman's message materialize, sent a fresh wave of unease through me. It was a visceral reminder of the impossible, a direct challenge to the rational world I relied upon. So this was here for at least 6 days before Vance disappeared, Miller murmured, his voice hushed. Maybe longer. Did she see it? Did she ignore it? Did she dismiss it as a prank? Or did she realize Sarah knew something and that's why she vanished? I wondered aloud, to escape whatever Sarah was threatening to expose. We spent hours systematically re-examining the penthouse. We weren't just looking for hidden compartments or forgotten objects anymore. We were looking for anything that might hint at Sarah Jenkins's presence or at the something Alina Vance had done. We scoured her financial records not just for unusual transactions, but for anything that might intersect with Sarah's life or a specific project. We looked at her personal correspondence, social media accounts, and call logs. It was a mind-numbing task sifting through the minutiae of a socialite's life, but we were looking for a needle in a haystack, and we couldn't afford to miss anything. One thing that stood out in Vance's call logs was a recurring number listed simply as the gallery. It wasn't a specific person, but a general contact number for a prominent art gallery downtown, one known for featuring contemporary artists and hosting exclusive events. Miller had noted earlier that Vance was a patron of the arts. Could this be it? The gallery, I pointed out, tapping the entry. She called this number repeatedly in the months leading up to her disappearance, and also in the period before Sarah Jenkins's death. Could be she was just involved in a new acquisition or planning an event, Miller said, but he wrote it down. Still, it's a direct link to the art world worth looking into. As we continued our search, another peculiar detail emerged from the files. A series of cryptic short emails sent to Alina Vance's personal account from an anonymous address. They were all less than a line long, often just a single word or a phrase, and always signed with a single unusual symbol, a stylized raven.
What? They know. Judgment. Soon.
The emails started appearing about 2 months before Sarah Jenkins's death and continued sporadically until Alina Vance vanished. They were almost too ambiguous to be threatening, yet the tone was undeniably ominous. These weren't flagged in the initial sweep, I asked, confused. They were flagged but dismissed as crank mail, Miller explained. Vance was a public figure. She got all sorts of weird correspondence. These were cryptic but not overtly threatening in a way that would suggest physical harm. No specific demands, no direct threats, just unsettling. But the timing, I said, looking at the dates. They start before Sarah Jenkins's death, before the message on the mirror was presumably written, and they continue until Vance disappears. And the raven symbol, Miller mused, looking at one of the printed emails. Any significance there? I thought of Sarah Jenkins, the graphic designer. Artists often had personal symbols, unique styles. Could the raven be hers? It was a long shot, but worth pursuing. Did anyone ever follow up on the IP address of these emails? Yes, forensics tried, Miller replied. Bounced through multiple servers, untraceable, typical for someone trying to stay anonymous. This was a new thread, a tantalizing possibility. Someone was communicating with Alina Vance, someone who knew something, and that communication began before Sarah Jenkins died. Could Sarah have been behind the emails, or was it someone else entirely, someone feeding information to Sarah or even to Vance herself? We finished up at the penthouse, leaving with more questions than answers, but with a renewed sense of purpose. We had a new target, the gallery, and a new mystery, the raven. Our first stop the next day was the gallery. It was an impressive minimalist space, all white walls and polished concrete floors, showcasing avant-garde art pieces that seemed to defy gravity and logic. The air was hushed, reverent, and heavy with the scent of fresh paint and money. We asked to speak to the gallery director, a woman named Isabella Rossi, who greeted us with an air of refined suspicion. She was elegant, dressed in tailored black, with an artistic flair that made her look like a sculpture herself. Detectives, she said, her voice smooth as silk but with a cool edge. I presume this is about Alina Vance, a terrible tragedy, her disappearance. She was a valued patron. Miller got straight to the point. Ms. Rossi, we're re-examining the Vance case. We found that Ms. Vance made numerous calls to the gallery in the months leading up to her disappearance. We're also looking into a potential connection between Ms. Vance and a woman named Sarah Jenkins, a graphic designer who died around the same time. Isabella's composure faltered slightly at the mention of Sarah Jenkins. A fleeting expression crossed her face, surprise, perhaps a hint of discomfort, before she quickly masked it. Sarah Jenkins, I'm not familiar with that name. We work with many artists and designers, of course, but I don't recall a Sarah Jenkins. I pulled out a photo of Sarah Jenkins, her driver's license photo, and placed it on Isabella's sleek glass desk. Are you certain, Ms. Rossi? She was a freelance graphic designer. Perhaps she worked on promotional materials or assisted with an exhibition for a smaller artist who showed here. Isabella picked up the photo, her long fingers delicately holding it. She studied it for a moment, then set it back down. No, I'm afraid not. Her face is not familiar to me. I handle all major contracts and artistic partnerships. It's possible she worked on a smaller scale for a particular artist who rented space, but it's unlikely. We have our own design team for our main exhibitions. Alina Vance was a major patron here, Miller pressed. Did she ever express concerns about any artists or projects? Did she ever seem agitated or involved in anything controversial with the gallery? Isabella smiled, a thin, professional smile that didn't reach her eyes. Eleanor had strong opinions, as all significant collectors do, but nothing I would describe as controversial. She supported many artists, sometimes even funding their work directly. She was a discerning eye, but always within the bounds of what's considered ethical in the art world. Ethical in the art world or ethical in general? I asked, my gaze steady on hers. Her smile tightened. Detectives, I assure you, the gallery maintains the highest standards of integrity. We've also come across some cryptic emails sent to Ms. Vance, Miller continued, showing her one of the printed emails with the raven symbol. Signed with this symbol, does it mean anything to you? Is it associated with any artist or movement the gallery supports? Isabella took the email, her eyes scanning the symbol. She studied it intently, a slight frown creasing her brow. A raven, interesting. It's not a symbol I immediately recognize as belonging to one of our artists. Many contemporary artists use personal iconography, but this isn't a widely known one. It has a gothic quality, perhaps. She handed it back, her expression returning to her carefully neutral professional mask. I'm sorry, I wish I could be more helpful. Something in her demeanor, a subtle shift in her voice, a momentary flicker of recognition that she quickly suppressed, told me she wasn't being entirely truthful about Sarah Jenkins, or perhaps about the raven symbol. Her denial was too quick, too absolute for someone who claimed to be so distant from the name. Thank you for your time, Ms. Rossi, Miller said, standing up. We may have more questions for you in the future. As we walked out of the gallery, the pristine white walls felt less like an artistic statement and more like a facade. She's hiding something, I stated as soon as we were outside, the cool city air a welcome contrast to the gallery's stifling atmosphere. Did you see her face when I showed her Sarah's picture? A flicker, just a second, but it was there. And the raven symbol, she studied it too long, too much denial, too quick. Miller grunted, adjusting his jacket. My thoughts exactly, she's too polished, too smooth, and that place it reeks of secrets. High-end art world, big money, perfect breeding ground for something rotten. So what's next? I asked, already feeling the familiar pull of the chase. We dig, Miller said, pulling out his phone. We get a warrant for the gallery's records, employee lists, client lists, vendor lists, security footage, anything that might show Sarah Jenkins working there, even under a different name or an alias. And we look for that raven symbol. If it's an artist's signature, they'd have a record of it. Getting a warrant for a prominent institution like the gallery wasn't a quick process. We spent the rest of the day filling out paperwork, arguing with legal, and navigating the bureaucratic labyrinth. Meanwhile, I decided to do some preliminary digging into the gallery's background. Online, I found articles about its history, its founders, and its most prominent artists. Isabella Rossi herself was often featured, a formidable figure in the art world. No mention of any graphic designers, nor any controversial exhibitions or scandals. It was all very clean, very respectable, too clean perhaps. The next morning, the warrant was finally approved. We returned to the gallery, this time with a small team from the forensic unit. Isabella Rossi greeted us, her smile now completely gone, replaced by a steely-eyed resentment. Detectives, this is an unwarranted intrusion, she declared, her voice sharp. We have nothing to hide. Then you have nothing to worry about, Ms. Rossi, Miller countered, handing her the warrant. We're simply following leads. While the forensics team began scanning for hidden cameras, analyzing digital records, and dusting for prints in the back offices, Miller and I focused on the public areas in the gallery's archives. We systematically went through catalogs of past exhibitions, looking for Sarah Jenkins's name, any unusual artwork, or the raven symbol. It was painstaking work. Hours passed, blending into a monotonous blur of names and dates. The gallery's archives were extensive, filled with decades of art history. Just as I was starting to feel discouraged, sifting through a stack of promotional flyers from a contemporary art show 2 years prior, a small, almost imperceptible detail caught my eye. It was a flyer for an exhibition titled Echoes of the Unseen. The design was striking, a dark, abstract background with fragmented, almost ethereal images. And tucked away in a corner, so subtle it was almost part of the pattern, was the stylized raven symbol. It wasn't signed by an artist, but rather used as a thematic element. Miller, I called, my voice hushed, holding up the flyer. Look at this, the raven symbol. He came over, his eyes scanning the flyer. Well, I'll be, and this exhibition 2 years ago, before Jenkins died, before Vance disappeared. I flipped the flyer over. The small print on the back listed the artists, the exhibition dates, and the designers who contributed to the promotional materials. My finger traced the names, and there it was among a list of 3 graphic designers, Sarah Jenkins. A jolt went through me, a surge of triumph mixed with a chilling realization. Isabella Rossi had lied. Sarah Jenkins had worked for the gallery, and she was connected to the raven symbol. She knew, I said, looking up at Miller. Isabella Rossi knew Sarah Jenkins worked here. She lied to our faces. Miller's jaw tightened. He strode over to where Isabella Rossi was overseeing her staff with a tight-lipped expression. "Ms. Rossi," he said, his voice dangerously low, "we just found a flyer for your Echoes of the Unseen exhibition, and it clearly lists Sarah Jenkins as one of the graphic designers." Isabella's face went rigid. The carefully constructed mask finally cracked. That's an old exhibition, a minor detail. I couldn't be expected to recall every freelancer who worked on a project years ago." Her voice was sharper, betraying her agitation. "A minor detail," Miller scoffed. "A graphic designer who worked on a key exhibition here, whose handwriting is found on a mirror in Alina Vance's apartment, and who is now connected to a cryptic symbol used in emails sent to Vance. That's not a minor detail, Ms. Rossi. That's a direct connection you deliberately withheld from a police investigation. That's obstruction." Isabella's eyes narrowed, but there was a flicker of fear in them now. I simply forgot. It was a long time ago." "We'll see about that," Miller said. "Forensics is here. We're going to be looking into every single record related to Sarah Jenkins's employment here, her payment, her contracts. And if we find anything else you forgot to tell us, things will get much more difficult for you." He turned away from her, a clear dismissal. Isabella stood there, rigid, her perfectly composed world visibly unraveling around her. While the forensics team started their targeted search for Jenkins's files, I returned to the Echoes of the Unseen exhibition materials. The raven symbol was not just on the flyer, it appeared in several of the exhibition's art pieces, not as the central subject, but as a subtle motif, a shadow, an implied presence. This exhibition was clearly significant to the raven symbol, and by extension, to Sarah Jenkins. I scanned the list of artists. One name stood out, Elias Thorne. He was the primary artist for the Echoes of the Unseen exhibition. His bio described him as an emerging talent, known for his dark, conceptual pieces exploring themes of hidden truths and forgotten histories. He was particularly lauded for his use of layered imagery, where elements were often intentionally obscured, only to be revealed under certain lighting or perspectives, a technique that suddenly resonated with the invisible message on Vance's mirror. "Elias Thorne," I murmured, pointing to the name for Miller. "He was the main artist for this exhibition, and his work sounds familiar. Hidden truths, layered imagery. It matches the invisible message idea." "Good catch, kid," Miller said, already looking up Thorne's contact information in the gallery's digital records. "Let's see if he's still around. If anyone knows what Sarah Jenkins was doing or what you did refers to, it might be him." We learned that Elias Thorne was still a resident artist, with a studio space provided by the gallery. He was coincidentally in his studio that very afternoon. Isabella Rossi had no choice but to facilitate the meeting. She led us through a labyrinth of pristine corridors, her silence heavy with a simmering fury. Elias Thorne's studio was a stark contrast to the gallery's public spaces. It was a cavernous room filled with canvases in various stages of completion, tubes of paint, and the faint, intoxicating smell of turpentine. The light was natural, streaming in from large windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Thorne himself was a lean man in his late 30s with intense, almost unnerving eyes and a shock of unruly dark hair. He wore paint-splattered jeans and a worn t-shirt. He looked up from a half-finished canvas as we entered, his expression wary but curious. "Detectives?" he asked, his voice soft, almost melodic, but with an underlying weariness. "Isabella said you wished to speak with me." Miller introduced us, explaining our reinvestigation into Alina Vance's disappearance and Sarah Jenkins's suicide. Thorne's expression didn't change much, but I noticed a slight tightening around his mouth. "Sarah Jenkins," Miller began. "We understand she worked on your Echoes of the Unseen exhibition 2 years ago as a graphic designer." Thorne nodded slowly. "Yes, Sarah was very talented, a quiet, deeply thoughtful woman. She understood the concept of my work better than anyone. It's a tragedy what happened to her." His gaze met mine, and I saw a profound sadness in his eyes. "You said she understood the concept of your work," I prompted. "What was that concept exactly?" Thorne gestured around his studio. "My art is about what lies beneath the surface. The hidden narratives, the uncomfortable truths that society often chooses to ignore. The unseen are not just secrets, but the very fabric of suppressed history of systemic injustices." Sarah connected with that deeply. She believed art could expose and provoke change. "Did she ever discuss specific unseen truths with you?" Miller asked, his voice low. "Something about Alina Vance, perhaps?" Thorne hesitated, his eyes darting to a corner of the room as if considering his words carefully. "Sarah was very private about her research, but she had a strong moral compass. She would often talk about how difficult it was to bring certain truths to light, especially when powerful people were involved." "Did she ever mention Alina Vance in that context?" I pressed. Thorne turned to face us fully, his eyes now steady. "Yes, she did, not directly as her client, but as someone she was investigating. She believed Alina Vance was involved in something deeply unethical, something that had caused significant harm." Bingo, a direct hit. What kind of harm? Miller asked, leaning forward slightly. And how was Sarah investigating her? Sarah was approached by someone who had information about Vance shipping, Thorne explained, his voice dropping to a near whisper. A whistleblower. They couldn't go to the authorities because of intimidation, legal threats, and a very powerful network. They approached Sarah because they knew she had a strong sense of justice and she was an artist. They believed she could help them present the evidence in a way that would bypass the usual channels, make it undeniable public. Present the evidence, I repeated. In what way? Through art, Thorne said, a glint in his eye. Sarah believed that if the truth was presented not as a dry legal document but as a compelling artistic statement, it would resonate more deeply. It would be harder to ignore, harder to dismiss as mere accusation. She was working on a project, using her graphic design skills to transform complex data and testimonies into powerful visual narratives. And the raven symbol, Miller asked, holding up the email printout. Is this connected to her project? Thorne took the printout, his gaze softening as he looked at the stylized bird. Yes, the raven was Sarah's personal symbol for the project. She saw it as a harbinger, a messenger of hidden knowledge. It was meant to symbolize the truth emerging from the shadows. He handed it back. She told me she was using it in anonymous communications. This was it. The pieces were finally beginning to fit. Sarah wasn't just a random graphic designer. She was a principled artist working on a secret project to expose Alina Vance, and the raven emails were her handiwork. What exactly was Alina Vance doing? I asked. What was the unethical activity? Thorne sighed, running a hand through his hair. Sarah believed Vance Shipping was involved in a massive human trafficking operation, disguised as legitimate cargo transport. They were moving people primarily from Southeast Asia across borders, exploiting them for cheap labor, sometimes worse. The whistleblower had detailed manifests, corrupted shipping logs, testimonies from former employees. The air in the studio seemed to chill. Human trafficking. The scale of the crime was immense, horrific. It dwarfed Alina Vance's earlier reputation for lavish parties and cutting remarks. This wasn't just a socialite's misdeeds, this was a monstrous criminal enterprise. This whistleblower, Miller said, his voice grim. Who was it, and is there any way to contact them now? Sarah never told me their name, Thorne replied. She was protecting them. She said they were taking an enormous risk. I believe they worked within Vance Shipping, a mid-level manager or an auditor, someone with access to the inner workings. In Sarah's project to expose this, what happened to it? I asked, thinking of her wiped devices. Thorne's face clouded with sorrow. She was close. She had gathered a tremendous amount of data, designed intricate visual layouts, preparing for a public unveiling. She was going to make a short, impactful documentary combining her designs with the whistleblower's narrative. But then she became afraid, very afraid. Afraid of what? Miller prompted. She started getting warnings, Thorne explained. Subtle at first, then more direct. She believed Alina Vance or her associates had found out about her investigation. That's when she wrote the message on the mirror. She told me she slipped into Vance's penthouse during a charity event the gallery hosted there. She had her UV kit with her, a small, portable one. She said she wanted to leave a warning, a sign that she knew, hoping it would make Vance pause, reconsider. So Sarah wasn't threatening to expose Vance directly on the mirror. She was trying to scare her. She was leaving a breadcrumb for herself or for someone else to find later if things went south. But she died 6 days after Alina Vance vanished, I pointed out. If she left the message before her death and Vance knew, why did Vance react immediately? Why the delay? I don't know about Vance's timeline, Thorne said, shaking his head. But Sarah became increasingly paranoid in those last weeks. She felt watched. She stopped coming to the studio as often. She was terrified for her family, for Emily. She believed she had made a powerful enemy. And then she died, Miller finished, his voice heavy. A suicide according to the official report. Did you ever believe that? Thorne's eyes burned with conviction. No, I didn't. Sarah was burdened, yes, but she was a fighter. She had too much to expose, too much she wanted to accomplish. She wouldn't have given up, not like that, not with all that evidence of such a terrible crime in her hands. He paused, his voice thick with emotion. I believe she was silenced, forced to jump, or murdered and made to look like suicide. Did she tell you where she kept her work? I asked, a surge of desperate hope. The designs, the whistleblower's files, anything. She had backups, Thorne said. She was meticulous about that. She was an artist. She knew how fragile digital files could be. She told me she kept them in a secure, hidden location, a dead drop, she called it. She was too afraid to keep them in her apartment or on her personal devices once she realized she was being watched. She said if anything happened to her, someone would find it. She was very specific about leaving a trail. A trail, Miller repeated. What kind of trail? Thorne walked over to a stack of abstract paintings covered in a tarp. He pulled back the tarp, revealing a series of canvases depicting dark, swirling shapes, with subtle, almost subliminal imagery woven into the patterns. He pointed to one. These were her clues, Thorne explained. She came to me about a month before she died distraught. She said if anything happened to her, I needed to know about her legacy. She showed me these paintings. They're based on her design concepts. She told me these patterns, these abstract shapes, they contained coded messages, directions. If I could decipher them, I would find the location of her hidden work. My gaze fixed on the canvases. They looked like pure abstraction, but now, knowing what they were, I could see a deliberate, almost mathematical precision in the chaos. Did you try to decipher them? I asked, my heart pounding. Thorn shook his head. I didn't know how. She was very specific. She said the key was in her personal method, her brand, as she called it, something only she could have developed. And she told me that the person who would know how to decipher them was her sister, Emily. She mentioned Emily had a deep understanding of her creative process, a shared language they had developed since childhood. Emily Jenkins, Sarah's sister, the one who said Sarah's distinctive script was part of her brand. She told me Emily would understand, Thorn continued, his voice heavy. She said Emily would know what to look for, what piece of her art held the final key. This was it, the key to everything. Thank you, Mr. Thorn, Miller said, his voice unusually soft. You've given us a lot to work with. Is there anything else you can tell us about Sarah's project? Any specific names, locations, anything at all? Thorn thought for a moment. Only that the whistleblower was very concerned about a specific individual within Vance Shipping, not Alina herself, but a man named Julian Vance, Alina's cousin. He was described as the true brains behind the operation, the one pulling the strings, using Alina's name and the company's infrastructure for the trafficking. Julian Vance, a new name, a new target. This was getting bigger and darker. We left Elias Thorne's studio, the revelation of human trafficking and Julian Vance's involvement hanging heavy in the air. The pristine gallery now seemed tainted, a facade for something truly evil. Back at the precinct, we immediately called Emily Jenkins. Her voice was hesitant, still laced with grief, but a hint of hope from our last conversation remained. Miller explained carefully that we had learned Sarah was working on a secret project, something important, and that her life might have been in danger because of it. He mentioned Elias Thorne and the coded art. Emily, Miller said gently, Sarah told Elias that you might know how to find her hidden work, that you would understand a shared language in her art. A long silence stretched over the phone line. Then Emily's voice, a little stronger now, a little clearer. A shared language, she called it the Weaver's Knot. It was a game we played as children. She'd create intricate patterns, and I'd have to untangle them, find the hidden message. The Weaver's Knot, I repeated, scribbling it down. What kind of patterns, Emily? What kind of messages? She used to hide clues in everyday objects too, Emily explained, a newfound energy in her voice as she remembered. Or in her earlier sketches, doodles. Sometimes it was just a sequence of numbers, sometimes it was a series of symbols like a treasure map. She loved puzzles. Her graphic design work, she always said, was just a more grown-up version of our childhood game. Do you know if she ever created a physical key for her work? Miller asked. Something that wasn't digital, a tangible object. A physical key, Emily mused. She always carried a small, silver locket. It was her grandmother's. She never took it off. She said it was her anchor, her secret keeper. She drew it into many of her designs. A locket, could that be the final piece? Emily, we need you to come in, Miller said. We believe your sister left us a path to expose a major criminal operation, and we believe you're the only one who can help us find it. She agreed without hesitation. The next day, Emily Jenkins sat across from us in the precinct, looking more determined than I had ever seen her. We laid out the echoes of the unseen flyers, Elias Thorne's abstract paintings, we had photographed them extensively, and the printouts of the Raven emails. This is the Weaver's Knot, I explained, pointing to the patterns on the flyer. Elias Thorne told us Sarah encoded messages within these designs, directions to her hidden work. Emily's eyes widened as she looked at the collection of her sister's art. A tremor went through her, but it wasn't fear. It was a potent mix of grief and fierce resolve. Oh, Sarah, she whispered, you really didn't give up, did you? She began to study the images, her brow furrowed in concentration. She picked up the flyer, turning it over and over. The Weaver's Knot isn't about simple decryption, she explained, her voice gaining strength. It's about context. Sarah always hid her most important clues in plain sight, but they only made sense when you understood her current obsession, her current passion. And her passion was exposing Alina Vance and human trafficking, Miller prompted. Exactly, Emily said, her finger tracing a subtle pattern on the flyer. This isn't just a background pattern, it's a stylized map. See these faint lines? They mimic the shipping routes used by Vance Shipping, she pointed to an area. And these darker clusters, these are port cities known for this kind of activity. She moved to the photographs of Elias Thorne's paintings. These aren't just abstract. Sarah would often use a grid overlay, a specific mathematical sequence to arrange her symbolic elements. Each square in the grid represented a letter or a number or a direction, and the numbers she would often use dates, significant dates. We spent hours with Emily, watching in awe as she unraveled her sister's artistic language. It was a testament to Sarah's genius and her unwavering commitment to justice. Emily, guided by her deep understanding of Sarah's mind, began to piece together a complex puzzle. She explained how certain colors represented certain types of information, how overlapping patterns indicated layers of meaning, and how the raven symbol, often subtly integrated, was always a pointer to the most critical information. Finally, she focused on a seemingly insignificant detail in one of Thorne's paintings, a series of 5 almost invisible dots arranged in a specific constellation. "This is it," she announced, her voice trembling with excitement and sorrow. "This is the final key. It's a coordinate sequence, and it points to a specific location, a storage facility in the industrial district just south of the city." She wrote down the coordinates and then pointed to a very faint, almost invisible symbol etched within the constellation of dots. "And this is the access code. It's her birthday reversed, plus a unique number from our childhood game. She called it her secret keeper's code." It was a brilliant, intricate system, designed to remain hidden from casual observers but undeniably clear to someone who knew Sarah intimately. Emily had found the dead drop. Miller immediately dispatched a team to the storage facility. We waited, the tension in the precinct palpable. It felt like the culmination of Sarah Jenkins's last, desperate act. Hours later, the team returned. They had found it. A climate-controlled storage unit rented under a pseudonym containing several waterproof and fireproof cases. Inside, they discovered a treasure trove of evidence: external hard drives, encrypted USB sticks, meticulously organized physical files, and a handwritten journal. The hard drives contained thousands of files: scanned shipping manifests, internal advance shipping documents detailing irregular cargo, financial ledgers showing massive, unexplained payments to shell corporations, and chilling anonymized testimonies from victims and former employees. Sarah had meticulously compiled and cross-referenced everything. The sheer volume and detail were staggering. It was irrefutable proof of a large-scale human trafficking operation. And the journal, Sarah's journal. It detailed her journey from first being contacted by the whistleblower to her growing fear and determination. She wrote about her meetings with the whistleblower, the initial disbelief, and then the sickening realization of the truth. She described how she tried to approach authorities only to be dismissed, intimidated, or met with bureaucratic stonewalling. She wrote about her decision to use her art to expose the truth, believing it was the only way to bypass the corrupted system. In the last entries, her fear was palpable. She described feeling watched, seeing unfamiliar cars near her apartment. She wrote about receiving veiled threats not just against herself but against Emily. She detailed the moment she decided to leave the message on Alina Vance's mirror, a desperate attempt to show Vance she knew to make her reconsider. Then, just days before her death, she wrote about a final, terrifying confrontation, not with Alina Vance but with Julian Vance. "He found me, he knows everything. He showed me what he would do to Emily if I went public. He told me I had 2 choices: disappear or my sister would disappear with me. He made it clear he would make it look like an accident, a suicide, but that Emily would truly vanish. He gave me a way out, a final act. He called it an act of mercy." The entry continued, describing Julian Vance's chilling rationality, his cold-blooded precision. He didn't want to simply murder her. He wanted to terrorize her into a public suicide, a final act of despair that would erase her credibility and her message. He provided her with the means, the perfect location, the precise timing to ensure her body would be recovered, making it an open and shut case. He even hinted that her devices would be wiped, removing any digital traces that might contradict the suicide narrative. He said it was a message, not just to her, but to anyone else who might consider exposing him. Sarah, in her final entries, wrote about the impossible choice: to die and let her work live with the hope that one day it would be found, or to live and see her sister disappear forever. She chose to die, but not before leaving behind her last, most intricate puzzle, a silent scream across time, a testament to her truth. She wrote about feeling immense grief, not for her own life, but for the suffering of the victims and for the world that allowed such evil to exist. Her last words in the journal were, "I am a messenger, my voice will not be silenced, the raven will fly." The journal was a gut punch. It wasn't a suicide, it was a forced execution, a murder orchestrated with terrifying precision, and it laid bare the full depravity of Julian Vance. "So Alina Vance," I said, my voice hoarse, looking up from the journal. "Was she a victim or complicit?" Miller, his face grim, pointed to a detailed financial ledger. According to these records, Alina Vance was indeed the heiress, the public face, but Julian Vance held the real power in Vance Shipping. He systematically siphoned off funds, restructured departments, and created shell companies, all without Alina's full knowledge. She was a figurehead, her lavish lifestyle a perfect distraction while he ran his criminal empire beneath her nose. "But she had to know something," I argued. "The emails, the message on the mirror, she was getting warnings." "She was getting warnings, yes," Miller conceded. "And Sarah's journal suggests Alina was starting to catch on, to question Julian's activities. That's why Julian made her disappear, not as a victim of the trafficking but as a potential liability. He couldn't have her exposing his operation, either accidentally or intentionally." So she was silenced too, I concluded. Either murdered and her body hidden or forced into hiding, but without the public display of Sarah Jenkins. The full picture was now horrifyingly clear. Sarah Jenkins was a martyr, her death a calculated act of terror and a desperate attempt to protect her sister and expose the truth. Eleanor Vance was a likely victim, her disappearance a consequence of getting too close to Julian Vance's monstrous secret. Julian Vance, Miller said, his eyes hard. He's our target, and we've got enough here to bring down his entire empire. We immediately began preparing the case against Julian Vance. The evidence was overwhelming, thanks to Sarah Jenkins's meticulous work. The scale of the human trafficking operation was even larger than we had initially imagined, spanning multiple continents, implicating high-ranking officials and shadowy organizations. The arrest of Julian Vance was a high-stakes operation. We moved swiftly, obtaining warrants for his arrest and for raids on Vance shipping offices and several associated properties. The shockwaves reverberated through the city's elite. Julian Vance, a man long seen as a pillar of society, was exposed as a cold-blooded criminal mastermind. His arrest was surprisingly calm. He met us with a chillingly detached smile as if he had been expecting us. "Detectives," he said, his voice smooth, devoid of any fear or remorse. "I assume this is about my cousin Eleanor, such a tragic disappearance. I've always worried about her impulsive nature." "This is about Sarah Jenkins, Mr. Vance," Miller stated, his voice tight, "and the thousands of lives you've destroyed through human trafficking." Julian Vance's smile didn't falter. "I have no idea what you're talking about. My family's company has always operated with the utmost integrity." But as we read him his rights and began the search of his lavish penthouse, his eyes momentarily flickered to a small, framed photograph on his desk. A photo of Emily Jenkins, taken from her social media with a red circle drawn around her face. A chilling reminder of his threats and his cold-blooded capacity for evil. The case against Julian Vance moved quickly, fueled by Sarah Jenkins's overwhelming evidence. The whistleblower, emboldened by the downfall of Vance, came forward, providing even more testimony. The media went wild, the scandal ripping through the city and across international borders. But there was still one unsolved mystery: Eleanor Vance. Julian Vance refused to cooperate, maintaining his innocence even in the face of insurmountable evidence. He offered no information about Eleanor's whereabouts, only a cryptic, dismissive shrug whenever her name was mentioned. Months turned into a year. Julian Vance was convicted and sentenced to multiple life terms, his empire dismantled. The victims of his trafficking operation were rescued, given aid, and their stories finally heard. Sarah Jenkins was posthumously hailed as a hero, her art and her courage celebrated. Emily, though still grieving, found a measure of peace knowing her sister's sacrifice had not been in vain. She even started a foundation in Sarah's name, dedicated to fighting human trafficking through art and advocacy. For me, the case was a turning point. It shattered my naive belief in simple solutions, exposing the dark, complex underbelly of human nature. It taught me that some mysteries defied logic and some villains were far more insidious than I could have imagined. But it also showed me the incredible power of truth and the unwavering courage of those who fought for it, even at the cost of their own lives. The invisible message on Eleanor Vance's mirror remained etched in my mind, a constant reminder of the unseen forces at play in our world. And Eleanor herself, she was never found. No body, no trace, just Eleanor gone. I still stare into my own reflection sometimes, wondering if the person looking back is truly me, the fresh-faced detective from that apartment above the bakery. The answer is always no. That person is gone, replaced by someone who understands that the world is far more complicated, far darker, and far more heroic than he ever dared to imagine. The Eleanor Vance case closed, but it never truly ended for me. It left behind an echo, a persistent question that lingered in the quiet corners of my mind, even as other cases came and went. What truly happened to Eleanor Vance? Was she dead? Was she in hiding? Was there some final dark twist that we, with all our evidence and all our tireless efforts, had simply missed? The questions haunted me, a quiet hum beneath the surface of my daily life. Miller, now a captain, often reminded me to let it go, to focus on the living. But how could I? Sarah Jenkins's sacrifice, Eleanor's lingering absence, it felt like an unfinished symphony, a story with a missing final chord. 1 year after Julian Vance's conviction, the hum grew a little louder. It started subtly, an anonymous tip to a low-level reporter who in turn passed it along to our precinct, hoping for a scoop. The tipster claimed to have seen Eleanor Vance, not in a fleeting glimpse, not as a blurry figure in a crowd, but distinctively, recognizably, in a small, isolated fishing village on the coast of Maine. Miller dismissed it as a crackpot theory, a reporter grasping at straws. "People see Elvis Kid," he grunted. "They see Bigfoot. They certainly see famous missing persons." But something about it pricked at me. A fishing village in Maine, far removed from the glitzy world of New York society, yet close enough to the shipping routes, to the ocean, to the very industry that had been her family's legacy and her cousin's downfall. It felt like an escape, a deliberate shedding of a past life. I couldn't shake the feeling. The description was too specific, the location too intriguing. I decided to follow it quietly on my own time. I used a week of accumulated leave telling Miller I needed a change of scenery. He just gave me his usual knowing look, a slight tilt of his head that said, "I know what you're really doing, kid, just be careful." The drive to Maine was long, the landscape slowly transforming from the bustling highways of New England to the rugged, forested coastal roads. The air grew crisper, carrying the scent of salt and pine. The village, named Port Blossom, was exactly as described, quaint, remote, nestled into a cove with a small harbor dotted with fishing boats. It was a world away from Alina Vance. Family's legacy. I found a small, family-run inn called the Salty Siren overlooking the harbor. It was charming, if a little rustic, with creaky wooden floors and the constant scent of fried fish and sea salt. The proprietor, a stout woman with a no-nonsense demeanor named Martha, greeted me with a curious glance. Port Blossom wasn't exactly a bustling tourist destination in the off-season. "Just looking for a quiet place to unwind," I offered, giving her my cover story. "Heard this town was good for that." Martha just nodded, handing me a heavy brass key. "Room 3, good view of the boats, dinner's at 7 if you're eating here." Her eyes lingered on me for a moment too long, a small town's inherent suspicion of outsiders. I was a stranger, and strangers here were noted. My room was simple, clean, and offered exactly what Martha promised. A panoramic view of the harbor where fishing trawlers bobbed gently in the cold Atlantic water. I unpacked quickly, then immediately set out to explore the village. Port Blossom was small enough that I could walk from one end to the other in less than 20 minutes. A general store, a post office, a bait and tackle shop, a single diner, and a weathered church constituted most of its commercial heart. Everyone seemed to know everyone else, their greetings easy and familiar. I started my reconnaissance at the local diner, a place called the Buoy, which smelled strongly of coffee and clam chowder. I ordered a mug of coffee and a piece of pie, taking a seat at the counter. The chatter of the locals was a soft backdrop, a medley of weather forecasts, fishing hauls, and local gossip. I listened casually for any mention of a newcomer, particularly one who might fit Alina Vance's description. Nothing. For 3 days I maintained my cover, mingling with the locals, asking innocuous questions, never once mentioning Alina Vance. I spent my mornings walking the rocky coastline, my afternoons nursing coffee at the Buoy, and my evenings at the Salty Siren's small bar trying to blend in. I learned about the fishing seasons, the local legends, and the tight-knit community's resilience against the harsh realities of coastal life. But no one mentioned a sophisticated, wealthy New Yorker suddenly appearing in their midst. No one described a woman matching Alina Vance's distinct features, her regal bearing, her sharp intelligence. Doubt began to creep in. Had Miller been right? Was this just another dead-end tip, a phantom sighting generated by a hungry reporter? My internal compass, usually so reliable, wavered. On the 4th day, as I was nursing my 3rd cup of coffee at the Buoy, an old man with a weathered face and eyes the color of the sea sat down next to me. He introduced himself as Silas, a retired fisherman who spent his days observing the ebb and flow of Port Blossom life from his perch at the counter. "You're not from around here, are you?" Silas asked, his voice gravelly but kind. "No," I admitted, "just visiting, trying to get away from the city." Silas nodded, taking a slow sip of his coffee. "City folk come and go, but you got a look in your eye, like you're looking for something more than just peace and quiet." I met his gaze, a quiet challenge in his words. "Is it that obvious?" He chuckled, a dry, raspy sound. "To an old man who's seen a lot of waves, it is. What are you looking for, son?" I weighed my options. Silas seemed shrewd, but also genuinely curious. Perhaps he was the opening I needed. "I'm looking for someone," I confessed, keeping my voice low. "A woman, she might be trying to live a very quiet life, keep to herself." Silas raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "Ah, one of those. Port Blossom has a way of attracting folks looking to disappear. We don't ask too many questions here, good for privacy." "This woman," I continued, "she's in her late 20s, early 30s, very striking, dark hair, sharp features, used to be very wealthy, very public. But she'd be trying to blend in now, probably goes by a different name." Silas took another long sip of coffee, his gaze drifting towards the window, watching the boats. He seemed to be weighing my words, sifting through memories. "Well, there's a few who fit that bill in a way, folks who keep to themselves, but one in particular, she came here about a year and a half ago, maybe a little less. Just after that big scandal hit the papers about the shipping heiress who vanished. Alina Vance, wasn't it?" My heart leaped into my throat. "Alina Vance," I repeated, trying to keep my voice even. "Is that who you're talking about?" Silas turned to me, his gaze sharp and knowing. "No, I'm talking about the woman who calls herself Eliza. She fits your description all right, sharp as a tack, though she tries to hide it, keeps her distance. Bought the old lighthouse keeper's cottage down by the eastern point, renovated it herself mostly, keeps to herself. Works odd jobs for the fishermen, mending nets, bookkeeping, pays in cash mostly, never talks about where she came from." "Eliza," I repeated, the name a whisper, "and you think she might be Alina Vance?" Silas shrugged. "I'm an old man, not a detective, but she's got that look about her. The the kind of person who's seen too much and wants to see nothing at all. And the timing, right after that Vance woman vanished, it just fits too neat. Does anyone else in town suspect anything? I asked. Most folks here don't care, Silas said, waving a hand dismissively. Long as she pays her way and doesn't cause trouble, she's just Eliza, but a few of us, the ones who read the papers and remember the news, we wonder. She tries to be one of us, but she's not. There's a refinement there, a sharpness that she can't quite scrub off, no matter how much she tries to fade into the background. The lighthouse keeper's cottage, I confirmed, Eastern Point. Silas nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. You heading that way, are you? Be careful, son. Some secrets are best left buried in the sand. I thanked Silas, my mind racing. This was it. The lead I had been searching for, the one that Miller had dismissed. Eleanor Vance living a new life as Eliza in a remote fishing village. It was audacious, brilliant even if true. I paid my bill, my pie untouched, and made my way out of the buoy. The cold sea air felt exhilarating now, a jolt of adrenaline coursing through my veins. I walked briskly towards the eastern point, the winding road leading me away from the village's main cluster of houses and towards the more rugged, isolated stretch of coastline. The lighthouse keeper's cottage stood proudly on a bluff overlooking the tumultuous ocean, a beacon of solitude against the vast expanse of sea and sky. It was a sturdy stone-built structure, clearly old, but with newly painted trim and carefully tended, if sparse, coastal landscaping. Smoke curled lazily from its chimney, a sign of recent occupancy. I approached cautiously, the gravel crunching under my boots. As I got closer, I saw a figure kneeling in a small patch of garden, tending to what looked like hardy coastal herbs. She was wearing practical work clothes, a thick wool sweater, dark jeans, and sturdy boots, her dark hair pulled back in a loose ponytail, partially obscured by a bandana. But even from a distance, the elegant line of her jaw, the way she held herself, was unmistakable. Eleanor Vance, or Eliza as she now called herself. My heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't a blurry photograph or a distant memory. This was her, alive and real, tending a garden in a small Maine village. The woman I had been searching for, the phantom in a cold case that had haunted me for years. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. What would I say? How would I approach her? I had spent years dissecting her disappearance, imagining scenarios of abduction, murder, or elaborate escape. But none of those scenarios had prepared me for finding her like this, calmly weeding a garden, a picture of quiet domesticity. I walked closer, making sure my steps were audible, not wanting to startle her. The sound of my approach carried on the wind, and she slowly looked up, her hands still in the soil. Her eyes, those famously sharp, intelligent eyes, met mine. They held a flicker of surprise, a hint of wariness, but also a deep, almost resigned sadness. No fear, not yet, just an unnerving composure. Can I help you? She asked, her voice calm, devoid of the haughty, dismissive tone I'd read about in her socialite profiles. It was softer, gentler, but still carried an underlying strength. I stopped a few feet away, close enough to see the lines etched around her eyes, the faint tan on her skin, the calluses on her hands. This was a woman who had worked, truly worked, with her hands. Eleanor Vance, I asked, stating her real name, gently watching for her reaction. A subtle change flickered across her face. Her eyes narrowed and a flash of something, anger, regret, passed through them. Her composure remained, but it was now a shield, not a natural state. She slowly rose, wiping her hands on her jeans, her movements deliberate. My name is Eliza, she corrected, her voice firm, the gentleness gone. You're mistaken, I don't know anyone by that name. My name is Detective, I said, pulling out my badge, holding it up. From the NYPD, I'm here about Sarah Jenkins and about your disappearance. Her face went utterly still, every muscle tightening. Her gaze dropped to my badge, then back to my face, her eyes cold, now analytical. The NYPD doesn't have jurisdiction here, she stated, her voice even. And I told you I don't know anyone named Eleanor Vance or Sarah Jenkins. We know who you are, Eleanor, I pressed, my voice calm but insistent. We know about Julian Vance, we know about the human trafficking operation, we know about Sarah Jenkins's murder disguised as a suicide, we know about the message she left on your mirror, I know what you did. At the mention of the message, a tremor finally passed through her. Her lips thinned and she turned her head slightly, looking out at the tumultuous ocean as if seeking solace in its vast indifference. The composure for a fleeting moment faltered. It was a long time ago, she finally said, her voice barely audible over the wind. And I had nothing to do with Sarah Jenkins's death or Julian's monstrous crimes. Then tell me what happened, I urged. Tell me why you vanished. Tell me what you knew. Sarah Jenkins died trying to expose Julian. Her sacrifice led to his arrest. You owe her and the victims the truth. She turned back to me, her eyes hardened, a fierce light in them now. You think I owe anyone anything? I lost everything, my name, my life, my freedom, because of him, because of what he did. Her voice rose, laced with a bitterness I hadn't expected. You said what he did, I noted, not what we did, so you weren't involved in the trafficking. She scoffed, a dry, humorless sound. Involved, I was a pawn, a gilded cage, as you detectives so eloquently put it. Julian used my name, my reputation, my company as a cover. I was oblivious, swimming in my own superficial world while he built an empire of human misery right under my nose. But Sarah Jenkins left you a message, I reminded her. She believed you knew something. I know what you did. Leaner sighed, running a hand through her hair, a gesture of weary frustration. That message, I found it a few days before I vanished. It was so faint, almost invisible. I thought it was a prank, a joke from some jealous rival or disgruntled ex-lover. My life was full of those. I dismissed it, but it kept bothering me. I tried to clean it off, but it wouldn't come off. It was almost like it was a part of the glass. And then, I asked. Then the emails started, she continued, her gaze distant, recalling the past. Cryptic, unsettling, the Raven. I thought they were just more junk. I was a target for all sorts of strange attention, but they were different. They felt personal, unnerving. And Julian Vance. Julian, she spat the name, venom lacing her tone. He was always the quiet one, the brilliant cousin, the one who truly understood the complexities of the shipping business. I was the face, the socialite. He handled the real operations, the day-to-day. I never questioned him. Why would I? He was family. He was loyal, or so I thought. She paused, her eyes locking onto mine, a desperate plea in their depth. I swear to you, detective, I knew nothing about the trafficking. Not until it was too late. What happened? I started to notice things, she explained, her voice dropping to a low, intense whisper. Discrepancies in the ledgers, sudden enormous payments to shell companies I'd never heard of, unusual cargo manifests. I asked Julian about them. He dismissed my concerns, said it was proprietary information, complex international dealings. He patronized me, called me a leaner, the socialite, told me not to worry my pretty little head about business. But you kept digging, I surmised. Yes, she affirmed, a spark of pride in her eyes. Despite my reputation, I'm not stupid. I started looking closer. I hired an independent auditor secretly to go through a small portion of the books. And what he found, it was sickening. Not just financial irregularities, but patterns, routes, cargo descriptions that hinted at something far more sinister. He found the connections to Southeast Asia, the disappearances of local laborers, the shell companies that were fronts for what Sarah Jenkins was trying to expose. So you were discovering the truth at the same time Sarah was investigating, I mused. That explains the timing. The moment I confronted Julian with what I knew, Eleanor continued, her voice trembling now, his demeanor changed completely. The calm, reassuring cousin vanished. He became a monster. He didn't deny it. He just smiled, a cold, calculating smile, and told me that I was a liability. He showed me what he had on me. Financial records linking me to his shell companies, doctored emails implicating me in his crimes. He said he had constructed a narrative that would make me appear complicit, a willing participant in the trafficking. He threatened to expose me, to ruin my name, to send me to prison for the rest of my life. He said he would ensure my reputation would be so utterly destroyed that I would be forgotten or reviled, whichever was worse. And then he would ensure I simply vanished without a trace, my body never to be found. My blood ran cold. This was exactly what Julian Vance was capable of. The psychological terror he inflicted on Sarah Jenkins, he had done to Eleanor too. He gave me a choice, Eleanor said, her voice barely a whisper. Disappear completely and without a word, taking all the blame and letting him continue his operation. Or stay, fight, and face ruin, prison, and ultimately disappearance anyway, perhaps even a staged suicide that would shatter my entire family legacy. He told me the world would believe I had fled, consumed by guilt or shame, and that it would serve as a warning to anyone else who dared to cross him. So you fled, I concluded. You chose to disappear. She nodded, tears finally glistening in her eyes, though none fell. I chose to die. To Eleanor Vance, the socialite, the heiress, I left everything behind, my fortune, my name, my past. I faked my disappearance, made it look like I had chosen to escape a scandal of my own making. Julian orchestrated the details, making sure there were no tracks, no body, just whispers and speculation. He arranged for me to come here to Port Blossom under a new identity with just enough money to start over but not enough to live a life of luxury. He made it clear that if I ever tried to contact anyone or reveal myself, he would ensure I met a much harsher, permanent end and that he would personally go after anyone I loved or had ever known. He promised to make my life a living hell, and I believed him. He truly was capable of it. He controlled your disappearance, I stated, the full extent of Julian's manipulation hitting me. He used your vanishing act to cover his tracks and create a diversion while simultaneously imprisoning you in a new life. Exactly, she confirmed, her gaze hardening again. He created my escape plan. He dictated my new identity. He set me up in this cottage, miles from anywhere, telling me it was my new prison, my new life sentence. He even arranged for a small, regular transfer of funds, just enough to survive, a constant reminder of his control. A gilded cage, indeed. He was trying to make sure you couldn't speak out, I said. And also to ensure that if Sarah Jenkins's investigation ever surfaced, you would be the logical fall guy, the one who fled because she was guilty. Precisely, Eleanor said, a bitter laugh escaping her. He covered all his bases. He played me perfectly. I was too wrapped up in my own self-importance to see the monster lurking in my own family. And Sarah Jenkins, I asked, looking her directly in the eye, Did you ever try to contact her after you realized what was happening? She shook her head, regret etched on her face. No, I didn't know who she was. The anonymous emails, the Raven, I never connected them to her. I only understood their meaning after Julian told me he had dealt with a meddlesome artist who was digging too deep. When I heard about her suicide on the local news here a few days after I arrived, the dates clicked. The message on the mirror, the Raven emails, Julian's cryptic words, I knew he had killed her. He forced her to take her own life, just like he forced me to disappear. I became consumed with guilt. She was trying to expose him, and I, in my blindness and fear, fled, allowing him to continue his reign of terror. But Sarah's evidence led to Julian's arrest and conviction, I told her. Her sacrifice was not in vain. Her work was found. Julian Vance is in prison for life. His human trafficking operation has been dismantled. Eleanor's eyes widened, a flicker of something akin to hope, then a surge of overwhelming emotion. Relief, grief, anger, she sank onto the small garden bench beside her, her hands covering her face. A shuddering breath escaped her. He's in prison, she whispered, her voice choked. It's over, the trafficking had stopped. I nodded, yes, thanks to Sarah Jenkins and the evidence she painstakingly gathered, he's behind bars. His empire is gone. She slowly raised her head, her face tear-streaked, but a new light in her eyes. It was raw, vulnerable, but it was also free. Sarah, she murmured, her voice filled with reverence. She was braver than I ever could have imagined, braver than I was. You were a victim too, Eleanor, I said gently. Just a different kind of victim. He imprisoned you here, he manipulated you. She shook her head, a grim self-reproach in her expression. I was blind, arrogant, I should have seen it, I should have acted sooner. Sarah paid the ultimate price because I was too scared, too self-absorbed to fight. What Julian did to you and to Sarah was calculated and cruel, I insisted. He stripped you of your identity, your agency, but now it's over. You can come back, you can reclaim your life. She looked out at the ocean again, a pensive expression on her face. Come back to what? The name Eleanor Vance is synonymous with scandal, with a missing heiress who fled from justice. My fortune is gone, probably seized or tied up in legal battles. My reputation, it's in tatters, and who would believe me that I was an innocent pawn after all this time after I chose to vanish? We believe you, I stated firmly. Sarah Jenkins's journal corroborates your story, the whistleblower's testimony, Julian Vance's threats, it all fits. Your testimony would only strengthen the case against him, providing a full picture of his manipulative tactics. She remained silent for a long moment, the wind whipping strands of hair around her face. I waited, sensing the magnitude of the decision she was facing. To return to a world that had written her off, to reclaim a name tarnished by scandal and association with one of the most heinous crimes, or to continue her quiet, solitary life as Eliza, the obscure woman in Port Blossom. What would happen if I came back? She asked finally, turning to me, her voice now steady, a new resolve forming in her eyes. Would I face charges, obstruction, accessory to his crimes, even unwittingly? No, I replied, shaking my head. Based on the evidence we've gathered and your corroborating story, you would be seen as a victim and a key witness against Julian Vance. Your testimony would be crucial. There might be some legal hurdles, questions from the public, media scrutiny, but you would be cleared. You could testify against Julian, help bring even more justice to the victims. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. Testify against Julian, that sounds appealing. Her eyes glinted with a fierce determination. He thought he had silenced me forever. He thought he had buried Eleanor Vance in this remote corner of the world, but he was wrong. So you'll come back, I asked, a sense of relief washing over me. She looked at her hands, no longer calloused, but scarred from the sun and salt. I don't know if I can ever truly be Eleanor Vance again. That person is gone. She died the day I fled, but Eliza has learned to fight. Eliza has learned what truly matters, and Eliza owes Sarah Jenkins everything. She stood up, her posture straighter, her gaze direct and unwavering. Yes, detective, I'll come back. I'll tell my story, but not as Eleanor Vance, as Eliza, a witness. A survivor. I knew what she meant. She was not just returning to New York. She was returning on her own terms, a new woman forged in solitude and suffering. She was reclaiming her voice, not just her name. I'll need to contact my precinct, I said, pulling out my phone. Arrange for your safe return. It's a long way back to New York. She nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. And I'll need to pack. It won't take long. There's not much to take with me from this life. She looked around the small garden at the thriving herbs, then out at the tumultuous ocean. But I'll keep the view always. I called Miller, informing him of the astonishing development. He was shocked, but his gruff voice held a note of triumph. I knew it, kid, he said, a rare hint of emotion in his tone. I knew you wouldn't give up on this one. Bring her back safely. This changes everything. The next morning, Eleanor Vance, now firmly Eliza in her own mind, left Port Blossom. She said goodbye to Martha at the Salty Siren, explaining that her vacation had come to an unexpected end. Martha just nodded, her shrewd eyes seeming to understand more than she let on. Silas, sitting at the buoy, watched us drive away, a knowing smile on his weathered face. He'd known. They'd all known in their quiet, unspoken way. The drive back to New York was long and filled with a tension different from the quiet solitude of my journey to Maine. Elinor sat in the passenger seat, mostly silent, gazing out at the passing landscape. I could feel the immense weight of her decision, the complex emotions swirling within her. She was leaving behind a life of quiet anonymity, a fragile peace, to re-enter a world that would inevitably scrutinize her every move, dissect her past, and judge her choices. As we neared the outskirts of the city, the familiar skyline emerging on the horizon, Elinor finally spoke, her voice clear and steady. "I need to visit Sarah Jenkins's grave, and I want to meet her sister, Emily." "I think Emily would appreciate that," I said, glancing at her. "She's been a tireless advocate for her sister's memory." "She deserves to know the full truth," Elinor said, a quiet determination in her tone. "And I owe it to Sarah to honor her sacrifice." Upon our arrival at the precinct, a team of detectives and federal agents alerted by Miller were already waiting. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Elinor was immediately taken to a secure location where she began to provide her full testimony, detailing Julian Vance's manipulation, his threats, and his orchestration of her disappearance. Her story, combined with Sarah Jenkins's meticulous evidence, painted an even darker, more complete picture of Julian Vance's monstrous crimes and his chillingly calculated ruthlessness. Her testimony, however, revealed another shocking detail. Julian Vance had not merely forced Elinor to disappear. He had also orchestrated an elaborate network of shell corporations, legal maneuvers, and offshore accounts to systematically strip Elinor of her entire fortune. He had effectively bankrupted her, ensuring that even if she somehow returned, she would have nothing to fall back on, making her utter dependence on his meager allowance a necessity. It was a final, cruel twist of the knife, designed to leave her utterly powerless. "He wanted to leave me with nothing," she explained, her voice devoid of emotion as she recounted the betrayal. "Not just my name, not just my freedom, but every single cent I had inherited. He wanted to ensure I was truly, irrevocably erased from my former life, and that my voice, if I ever dared to raise it, would carry no weight, no power." This revelation added another layer of depravity to Julian Vance's character, strengthening the case against him and ensuring he would never see freedom again. The public, initially skeptical of Elinor's return, gradually began to understand the depth of her victimization as her story unfolded. The media, initially eager to sensationalize, found themselves reporting a more nuanced, tragic narrative than they had anticipated. I arranged for Elinor to meet Emily Jenkins a few days later. It was a quiet, private meeting held in a small, neutral room at a legal office. I watched from a distance as Emily, her face etched with years of grief, greeted Elinor with a hesitant embrace. There were tears, hushed words, and an undeniable understanding that passed between the two women. Elinor explained everything, sharing the full scope of Julian's terror and Sarah's heroic efforts. Emily, in turn, shared stories of Sarah, her unwavering sense of justice, and her passion for art. It was a meeting of survivors, finding solace and strength in their shared tragedy and the justice that Sarah had ultimately achieved. Elinor, now going by Eliza professionally, became an invaluable asset to the ongoing investigation into Julian Vance's wider network. Her intimate knowledge of Vance shipping's structure, her contacts in the international community, and her sharp intellect helped investigators unravel even more intricate threads of Julian's criminal empire. She worked tirelessly, driven by a profound sense of atonement for her past blindness and a fierce desire to honor Sarah's memory. She wasn't seeking personal gain or public adulation, she was seeking justice. As for me, the case, once a haunting enigma, had finally found its resolution. Julian Vance remained imprisoned, his legacy shattered. Sarah Jenkins, the quiet graphic designer, was remembered as a true hero. And Elinor Vance, the vanished socialite, had transformed into Eliza, a woman of strength and purpose, committed to fighting the very injustices she had once been unknowingly associated with. My naive belief in simple solutions was long gone, replaced by a deeper, more profound understanding of the complexities of human nature, of the darkness that could lurk beneath gilded surfaces, and the extraordinary courage that could emerge from the most unexpected places. I was no longer the fresh-faced detective who believed every mystery had a logical solution. I was someone who understood that some solutions required unimaginable sacrifice, and some truths were unearthed only through immense suffering. The Elinor Vance case was officially closed, the files sealed, the records archived, but its impact on me was permanent. It was the case that fundamentally reshaped my perception of justice, of heroism, and of the invisible threads that connected disparate lives in the most profound ways. I carried the memory of Sarah's invisible message, the raven symbol, and Elinor's haunted eyes with me, a constant reminder of the unseen battles fought in the shadows of society. Months later, I saw Eliza on the news. She wasn't wearing designer clothes or attending a lavish party. She was standing beside Emily Jenkins at a press conference, announcing a new initiative funded by Sarah Jenkins's foundation. It was a program dedicated to supporting whistleblowers and artists who used their talents to expose human trafficking and other global injustices. Eliza, with her striking presence and calm, intelligent gaze, spoke eloquently, advocating for the vulnerable, demanding accountability from the powerful. She was no longer just a survivor, she was a force for change. Her voice, once silenced, now resonated with a powerful, undeniable truth. The quiet hum in my mind, the persistent question that had lingered for so long, had finally settled into a quiet acceptance. Eleanor Vance was gone, but Eliza had risen from her ashes, a phoenix forged in the fires of betrayal and redemption. The story had found its resolution, its final chord, or so I thought. Life, as it often does, had a way of proving that some stories, no matter how neatly tied up, always held one last, unexpected twist. My days returned to the familiar rhythm of precinct life: new cases, new victims, new villains. But the lessons of the Vance case, the depths of human cruelty and the heights of human courage, remained etched in my professional and personal philosophy. I became a better detective, more perceptive, more empathetic, always looking beyond the surface, remembering Sarah's invisible message and Eliza's transformed spirit. Miller, now Captain Miller, would often joke about my main adventure, but there was always a note of respect in his voice. He knew the impact it had on me, on both of us. The entire department was changed by the exposure of Julian Vance's empire, a stark reminder of the global scale of crime and the insidious ways it could infiltrate the highest echelons of society. Eliza, true to her word, never reclaimed her full fortune, which was mostly seized in asset forfeiture for Julian Vance's crimes. Instead, she dedicated her life and what little resources she had managed to retain to the foundation she co-founded with Emily. It was called the Raven's Voice, a direct homage to Sarah Jenkins's symbol and her unwavering commitment to bringing hidden truths to light. They worked tirelessly, their partnership a testament to the unexpected bonds forged in the crucible of tragedy. I occasionally received updates on the Raven's Voice Foundation. They had grown exponentially, their influence spreading internationally, rescuing victims, supporting artists, and advocating for systemic change. Eliza, once the epitome of superficial wealth, had found a profound purpose, a new identity rooted in justice and compassion. She was undeniably happy in a way Eleanor Vance never truly was. Years passed, the memory of the Vance case, while still vivid, had receded into the past, becoming a foundational chapter in my career, not an open wound. I had been promoted, earned my stripes, and seen my share of complex cases. But none had quite the same blend of the impossible, the tragic, and the ultimately triumphant as the case of Eleanor Vance and Sarah Jenkins. Then a cold, rainy Tuesday, much like the one when Miller first called me into his office to tell me about the invisible message, a package arrived at my precinct. It was addressed to me personally, no return address, just a plain, brown paper wrapper slightly damp from the rain. I opened it, my seasoned detective's intuition immediately tingling. Inside, nestled in crinkled tissue paper, was a small silver locket. It was delicate, intricately engraved with a stylized raven, its wings outstretched. It looked ancient, almost antique. My blood ran cold. The locket, Emily had mentioned it, Sarah's grandmother's locket, her anchor, her secret keeper. The one she never took off, but Sarah had died and her body had been recovered. The locket should have been with her, yet here it was in my hands years later. Attached to the locket with a thin piece of twine was a small, folded note. The paper was old, slightly yellowed, and the handwriting was elegant, precise, almost calligraphic. I unfolded it, my heart hammering in my chest. The weaver's knot is never truly untangled. Some threads remain hidden, even in plain sight. They wait for the light. Below the message, a single, perfectly drawn, stylized raven, identical to the... Below the message, a single, perfectly drawn, stylized raven, identical to the one used in the anonymous emails sent to Eleanor Vance. My hand trembled as I held the locket and the note. It was impossible. Sarah Jenkins was dead. Her locket, this deeply personal object, should have been with her or recovered with her belongings. Yet here it was, years later, appearing like a ghost from the past, carrying a message that directly invoked her unique language. The weaver's knot is never truly untangled. The words echoed Emily's description of their childhood game, Sarah's secret method of encoding information. Some threads remain hidden, even in plain sight. They wait for the light. This wasn't just a sentimental keepsake. This was a new puzzle, a new warning, or perhaps a final delayed revelation, and the handwriting, it was Sarah's. It was elegant, precise, almost calligraphic as the note described. Whose was it, and why was it signed with Sarah's symbol? I immediately called Captain Miller. His voice was gruff, annoyed at being interrupted until I described the package. The usual banter vanished, replaced by a sharp, professional urgency. "You're telling me Sarah Jenkins's locket just showed up, years after her death, with a cryptic note and her symbol?" Miller asked, his voice low, incredulous. "And the note isn't in her handwriting?" "That's exactly what I'm telling you, Captain," I replied, my gaze fixed on the locket, glinting under the harsh precinct lights. "It feels like she's reaching out from beyond the grave, or someone is using her legacy to send a new message." "Bring it to my office now," he commanded. Miller was already at his desk when I arrived, his face a mask of concentrated thought. I handed him the locket and the note. He examined them carefully, his brow furrowed, his fingers tracing the intricate raven on the silver. "This is a new level of unsettling, kid," he finally said, looking up at me. "We thought this case was closed. We thought we had all the answers." "So did I admitted, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. "But this feels like the final thread of the knot, the one we couldn't see." "Whose handwriting is this?" Miller mused, holding the note closer. "It's distinct. Let's get it to forensics, see if they can match it to anyone in our database or even just identify unique characteristics." He made the call, his voice tight with a renewed sense of urgency. The forensics team, accustomed to Miller's sudden demands, promised a quick turnaround. While we waited, I couldn't stop looking at the locket. It was small, delicate, something a young girl might cherish. To think it had been missing all these years, only to resurface now, laden with such significance. "The note says they wait for the light," I murmured, recalling the cryptic phrase. "What kind of light? UV light like Sarah's message on the mirror, or something else entirely?" Miller grunted. "Good question. Maybe the locket itself is the knot. Did Emily ever mention anything specific about it, beyond it being Sarah's anchor or secret keeper?" "Not that I recall," I said, "just that Sarah never took it off. It was her grandmother's." "Could there be something inside it?" Miller suggested, trying to pry open the delicate clasp. It held fast. "This thing is sealed tight. We'll have forensics check it out carefully. Don't want to damage any potential evidence." The forensics report came back surprisingly quickly. The handwriting on the note was indeed unique. No direct match in the database, but it showed strong calligraphic training, a steady hand, and a very specific pressure pattern. The paper was old, but not ancient, perhaps a decade or two, consistent with having been kept in a protected environment. Most intriguing, the ink used was a very specific, high-quality archival ink, not commonly found. "The locket," the forensics tech reported over the phone, "is made of sterling silver. It's very old, definitely antique, consistent with a family heirloom. It's been treated with a special sealant, making it resistant to water and some forms of degradation. It's designed to be difficult to open without specific knowledge or without damaging it." "And what's inside?" Miller asked, his voice tight with anticipation. "That's the interesting part, Captain," the tech replied. "Under X-ray, we can see a very small, intricately folded piece of paper, and something else too small to identify clearly, but it looks like a micro-SD card." "A micro-SD card in a locket sealed against the elements. Sarah Jenkins's secret keeper indeed." "And the sealant," Miller pressed. "How do we get it open without damaging the contents?" "We're working on it," the tech said. "We believe we can use a targeted sonic frequency to gently break the seal. It'll take some time and precision, but we're confident we can retrieve the contents intact." The wait was excruciating. Hours crawled by, each minute amplifying the sense of a new, looming mystery. I couldn't shake the feeling that this locket, this final knot, held a truth that would again redefine everything we thought we knew about the Vance case. Finally, late that evening, the call came. The locket was open, the contents retrieved. Miller and I rushed back to the forensics lab. The tech, a young woman named Dr. Anya Sharma, met us, her eyes bright with a contained excitement. On a sterile tray lay the small silver locket, now open to reveal its tiny compartments. Next to it, meticulously preserved, was an even tinier, perfectly folded piece of paper and a micro-SD card no bigger than my fingernail. "The paper first," Dr. Sharma said, her voice hushed. She carefully unfolded the miniature document with tweezers. It was written in the same elegant, calligraphic hand as the note that came with the locket. The message was short but devastatingly clear. "Eleanor Vance is not dead, she's still a prisoner. The man who orchestrated her disappearance and Sarah's death has a partner, a deeper shadow, the true weaver of this knot. Find the other raven, find the forgotten name. Only then will the light truly shine." My breath hitched. Eleanor Vance was alive, still a prisoner, and Julian Vance had a partner, a deeper shadow. The world tilted on its axis. Everything we thought we had resolved, every neat conclusion, crumbled in an instant. Julian Vance was in prison, his empire dismantled. Eleanor Vance was supposedly free, reborn as Eliza. But this note, this final message from Sarah's secret keeper, shattered that illusion. "Eleanor is still a prisoner," Miller repeated, his voice strained. "But she came back, she testified, she's Eliza now, working with Emily." "She believes she's free," I said, the words heavy with a terrible realization. "But if Julian Vance has a partner, someone else pulling the strings, then her freedom might just be another layer of his control, or his partner's." Dr. Sharma carefully picked up the micro-SD card. "This contains encrypted files. We'll need to run it through our decryptors. It could take some time." "Get on it immediately, Doctor," Miller commanded, his voice sharp with urgency. "This can't wait." We left the lab, the weight of this new information pressing down on us. Eleanor Vance still a prisoner, Julian Vance with a hidden partner, a deeper shadow. Who could it be? Someone powerful enough to manipulate Julian, to keep Eleanor in check even after Julian's arrest, and to orchestrate the locket's return years later. The note says, "Find the other raven," I mused, walking back to Miller's office. "And the forgotten name." Sarah used the raven symbol to represent herself, her project. If there's another raven, could it be another artist, another messenger? Miller nodded grimly. Or another one of Julian's victims, someone else he tried to silence, who also chose to fight back in their own way. And the forgotten name, that has to be the partner, the real puppet master. This new development meant our entire understanding of Julian Vance's criminal enterprise and the extent of his ruthlessness had been incomplete. It meant that even after his conviction, a darker force might still be at play, a force that had allowed the locket to surface now at this precise moment. Why? What was the purpose? The next day, the microSD card was decrypted. The files revealed a wealth of information, confirming and expanding upon what Sarah Jenkins had already uncovered. There were more detailed manifests, more chilling testimonies, but most importantly, there were new files, correspondence, encrypted messages between Julian Vance and another individual. The alias used in these messages was the Architect. The Architect, Miller read, his voice grim. This fits the deeper shadow and true Weaver description, someone who designed this whole twisted scheme. The messages revealed a cold, calculated partnership. Julian Vance was indeed the operational head, overseeing the trafficking, the intimidation, the financial siphoning. But the Architect was the strategic mastermind, providing the overarching plan, the legal loopholes, the international connections, and the methods of manipulation. It was the Architect who devised the elaborate scheme to frame Alina, to force Sarah's suicide, and even the contingency plan for Julian's arrest. The files also contained a series of financial transactions, incredibly complex and layered, showing massive sums being transferred from various Vance shipping accounts through shell corporations and finally to a series of numbered offshore accounts controlled by the Architect. The scale of the wealth involved dwarfed what Julian had managed to illicitly acquire. This was someone far richer, far more influential, and far better connected. But the true identity of the Architect remained hidden behind layers of encryption and aliases. The digital breadcrumbs were expertly covered. The forgotten name, I repeated, remembering the note. It implies this person was once known but has faded from public view, or their connection to Vance is not obvious. Let's go back to the beginning, Miller said, standing up. Vance Shipping, it's an old family business. Who else was involved? Who had access, influence, but might not have been in the spotlight? We pulled up the complete history of Vance Shipping, going back decades. Founders, board members, major investors, key executives. We looked for names that might have slipped through the cracks in previous investigations. We cross-referenced them with the forensic handwriting analysis of the new note, the elegant calligraphic script. Hours passed, the names blurred. The corporate structures were incredibly complex, a spiderweb of subsidiaries and holding companies. Just as I was starting to feel overwhelmed, a name appeared on an old, digitized board meeting roster from 2 decades ago. A name that was once prominent but had since faded into obscurity, replaced by newer generations and corporate restructuring. Genevieve Thorne. The name hit me like a physical blow. Thorne, Elias Thorne, the artist, Sarah's friend, the man who had shown us Sarah's coded paintings. He was the one who spoke of Sarah's legacy and directed us to Emily. Could there be a connection? Genevieve Thorne, I said, pointing to the name on the screen. She was a former board member of Vance Shipping, a major investor. She was known as a shrewd businesswoman, a close confidant of the original Vance patriarch. But she retired abruptly about 20 years ago, citing health reasons, and dropped out of public life almost completely. Miller looked at the name, then at the details. Retired abruptly, health reasons, sounds like a convenient way to disappear from public scrutiny, and a Thorne, Elias Thorne, any relation? A quick search confirmed it. Genevieve Thorne was Elias Thorne's grandmother. My mind raced. Elias Thorne had been Sarah's friend, her confidant. He was the one who held the key to her coded messages, the one who directed us to Emily. He seemed like an ally, a grieving friend. But what if he was more? What if his family was connected to the Architect? What if Genevieve Thorne was the Architect, or was connected to her? The handwriting, the calligraphic script of the note. Could Genevieve Thorne be the author, or someone she trained? This is too much of a coincidence, Captain, I stated, my voice tight. Genevieve Thorne, a former Vance Shipping board member, the grandmother of Elias Thorne, who was Sarah's friend and who steered us to Emily. And now the locket appears with a note hinting at a deeper shadow in the Architect. Miller picked up the phone again. Get me everything you have on Genevieve Thorne, financial records, medical records, property records, and I want a full background check on Elias Thorne again, every detail, every connection. While the orders were being processed, I felt a chilling unease settle over me. Elias Thorne, the quiet artist with the intense eyes. He had seemed so genuine in his sorrow for Sarah, so committed to her cause. But if his grandmother was involved, if she was the Architect or played a role, then his involvement would take on a sinister new light. Had he been playing us, leading us down a specific path, but holding back the final, most crucial piece of information? I remembered his studio, the abstract paintings that were Sarah's clues, The subtle, almost subliminal imagery, the raven, the concept of his art, what lies beneath the surface hidden narratives, it all suddenly felt like a carefully constructed performance. The next morning, the report on Genevieve Thorne landed on Miller's desk. It painted a picture of a formidable woman, a financial genius, known for her sharp mind and her ability to predict market trends years in advance. After her retirement, she had indeed disappeared from public view, living a quiet life on a secluded estate in upstate New York. However, her financial holdings remained substantial, managed by a private trust. And those holdings, while diverse, still included significant investments in various international shipping and logistics companies, many of which had subtle, indirect ties to the now dismantled Vance shipping empire. Most damningly, the forensics report on the handwriting of the note came back. It was an extremely close match to samples of Genevieve Thorne's personal correspondence from her earlier years. Not an absolute definitive match due to the age of the samples and the lack of modern biometric comparison points, but a high-confidence match. The calligraphic style, the pressure, the distinct flourishes, it was consistent. Genevieve Thorne was the architect. The realization was a punch to the gut. This wasn't just a shadowy partner. This was a woman who had been at the very heart of Vance shipping for decades, a master manipulator who had been playing a long game unseen for years. And Elias Thorne, her grandson, had been in direct contact with Sarah. "We need to bring in Elias Thorne," Miller stated, his voice devoid of any emotion, hardened by the latest betrayal. "And we need to revisit Alina Vance or Eliza. This changes everything for her." We went to Elias Thorne's studio first. The door was unlocked. The studio was empty, not just empty of Thorne, but eerily devoid of anything personal. The canvases were gone, his tubes of paint, his brushes, his personal effects all gone. It looked like the studio had been meticulously cleared out. A cold dread washed over me. He knew. He had anticipated our discovery. The locket, the note, it was a deliberate provocation, a final act in his or his grandmother's twisted game. A warning, perhaps. "He cleared out," I said, my voice hollow. "He set us on this path, knew we'd eventually find his grandmother, and then vanished." Miller looked around the empty studio, his jaw tight. He probably used the locket's discovery as his signal. He knew we'd find it, knew we'd eventually connect the dots to his family. This was his escape window. Why, I wondered aloud, why send us the locket? Why help us expose Julian, only to vanish when his grandmother is implicated? "Because it's all part of the game, kid," Miller said, his voice grim. "They're weavers, they manipulate, they control. Perhaps Julian's exposure was necessary for their larger plan. Perhaps they wanted to remove a loose end or consolidate power. And now they've set a new trap, a new puzzle." We immediately dispatched a team to Genevieve Thorne's secluded upstate estate. By the time they arrived, it was too late. The estate was empty, abandoned. No sign of Genevieve Thorne. She too had vanished. The hunt for the architect, Genevieve Thorne, and her grandson, Elias Thorne, began. The locket had not brought closure. It had opened a new, far more intricate and dangerous chapter. We immediately contacted Eliza. She was still under protective custody, recovering from the emotional ordeal of her testimony and the public scrutiny. Miller and I went to her, delivering the news personally. Her reaction was a chilling blend of shock and a deeper, more profound terror. She listened to our explanation about Genevieve Thorne, about the architect, about Elias' involvement, her face draining of all color. "Genevieve Thorne," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I remember her. She was a legend in the shipping world even before my time, a quiet force. My grandfather always spoke of her with immense respect, even a little fear. He called her the shadow queen of the board. I thought she was long gone, retired." "She was retired, but still pulling strings," Miller explained. "The microSD card reveals that she was the strategic mastermind behind the entire operation. Julian was her enforcer, her public face for the day-to-day operations." "In my disappearance," Eliza said, her eyes wide with a horrifying realization. "My staged escape, my new life in Port Blossom, was that also part of her plan? Was I never truly free, even after Julian was arrested?" "It seems likely," I admitted, my voice heavy. "The note said you were still a prisoner. It implies that your freedom was an illusion, another layer of their control. Julian's instructions for your escape, the meager allowance, the threats, it was all designed by the architect to keep you isolated, silent, and available as a potential scapegoat if needed." The realization hit her like a physical blow. Her face crumpled, not in tears, but in a profound despair. "My God," she whispered. "I thought I was fighting back. I thought I was finally free, but I was just moving from one cage to another, all orchestrated by them." The betrayal was far deeper than she had imagined. Her entire life since her disappearance had been a meticulously crafted illusion, a new prison designed by the very person who had orchestrated her downfall. Her supposed freedom was just another subtle form of control. "We believe Elias Thorne, Genevieve's grandson, was the one who sent the locket," Miller explained. "He was Sarah's friend. He knew about her coded art. He was the one who pointed us to Emily. He deliberately helped us expose Julian, but held back the full truth." Eliza said, her voice laced with bewilderment. He seemed so genuine, he spoke so passionately about Sarah's cause. He probably was genuine about Sarah's cause in a twisted way, I suggested. He admired her art, her courage. Perhaps he even felt a certain amount of guilt or regret, but he was also loyal to his grandmother. He chose to help us to a certain point to dismantle Julian's operation, but not to fully expose the architect until now. The locket was a carefully timed move, a way to guide us without fully implicating himself until he could escape. He was playing a double game, Miller confirmed. A very dangerous one, and now he's gone along with his grandmother. The implications were staggering. The full reach of Genevieve Thorne's influence, her ability to remain hidden for so long, and her capacity to manipulate everyone around her, including Julian Vance and indirectly even Sarah Jenkins, made her a far more formidable opponent than we had ever encountered. Eliza, now shattered by this new layer of deception, found herself plunged back into the heart of the investigation, not just as a witness, but as a potential target. Her freedom in Port Blossom, her efforts with the Raven's voice, all felt tainted, a cruel joke. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice hollow. "How do we find someone who has been a shadow for decades, someone who manipulated us all so perfectly?" "We untangle the rest of the knot," Miller replied, his eyes hard. "We find the other Raven and the forgotten name. We find Genevieve Thorne." The task was daunting. Genevieve Thorne was a ghost, a master of deception. She had decades of experience manipulating markets, people, and information. And now she was actively on the run, likely aided by her equally intelligent grandson, Elias. Our first step was to re-examine all of Elias Thorne's connections, particularly his art world contacts. If he was another Raven, another messenger, he might have left clues within his own art or through his network. We also needed to understand his relationship with his grandmother. Was he a willing participant in her schemes, or a manipulated pawn like Alina, forced into complicity? We turned to Elias Thorne's past exhibitions, his known associates, his patrons. He was a conceptual artist known for his deep philosophical themes. His work often explored ideas of hidden power structures, societal blind spots, and the manipulation of truth. It was art that now felt chillingly self-referential. I focused on the phrase, the other Raven, and the forgotten name. The Raven was Sarah's symbol for truth emerging from shadows. If Elias was another Raven, what did he represent? Was he a reluctant truth-teller, working from within the shadows of his grandmother's influence? We also dug deeper into Genevieve Thorne's finances. Her private trust was incredibly complex, with layers of international holdings and obscure investments. It was designed to obfuscate, to protect assets from scrutiny, but it also provided a potential trail. Weeks turned into months, the leads were sparse. Elias and Genevieve Thorne had vanished without a trace, leaving behind no digital footprint, no obvious physical trail. They were ghosts fading into the vast anonymity of the world. Eliza, however, transformed her renewed heartbreak into a fierce resolve. The initial despair gave way to cold anger. She would not be a pawn anymore. She would not be silenced. She worked closely with us, providing invaluable insights into the Vance family dynamics, the nuances of the shipping industry, and the subtle power plays she had observed unwittingly for years. She helped us dissect Genevieve Thorne's character, her methods, her psychological profile. Genevieve always moved in the shadows, Eliza explained, her voice steady. She rarely sought the spotlight, preferring to wield influence from behind the scenes. She was brilliant, ruthless, and utterly devoid of empathy. She believed in power, absolute power, and saw people as mere instruments to achieve her ends. Like Julian, I observed. Julian was a brute compared to her, Eliza countered, a grim smile on her lips. He was driven by greed and a twisted sense of superiority. Genevieve was driven by something far more fundamental, control, the desire to orchestrate, to design, to build an empire that served her vision, with herself as the ultimate architect. This insight was crucial. It helped us understand not just what we were looking for, but who we were looking for. A woman who valued control above all else, who would leave nothing to chance. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, a small, obscure art gallery in a remote corner of Switzerland. Elias Thorne had an account there, not as an artist, but as a patron, sponsoring a series of conceptual art installations. The gallery was known for its highly experimental, often politically charged works, much like Elias' own thematic interests. The account had been dormant for years, but a small coded message had recently been posted on an obscure section of the gallery's online forum, a section dedicated to private discussions between select artists and patrons. The message was a series of abstract symbols, but beneath it subtly was the raven symbol. "The other Raven," I murmured, recognizing the style. "Elias Thorne is still communicating. He's trying to send a message." The message was in a complex cipher, reminiscent of Sarah's weaver's knot, but far more intricate, layered with artistic references and philosophical allusions. We knew we couldn't decipher it without help. There was only one person who truly understood Sarah's weaver's knot and had a deep connection to Elias Thorne's art. Emily Jenkins. We approached Emily, explaining the new developments, the true scope of Genevieve Thorne's involvement, and Elia's cryptic message. Emily, though deeply pained by the betrayal of Elias, who she had considered a friend, agreed to help. Her resolve to honor Sarah's memory, to truly bring justice to her sister's sacrifice, superseded her personal feelings. Eliza also joined us, her sharp intellect proving invaluable. She had spent years immersed in the art world, observing its intricacies, its hidden languages, its subtle communications. Her knowledge of aesthetic theory and conceptual art, combined with Emily's intuitive understanding of Sarah's personal coding style, became our greatest asset. For weeks, we worked in a dedicated war room, surrounded by printouts of Elias' art, philosophical texts, and the deciphered contents of Sarah's microSD card. Emily, Eliza, and a team of our best analytical minds pored over Elias' coded message. The key to Elias' code is similar to Sarah's but twisted, Emily explained, tracing a pattern on a large printout of the symbols. Sarah's not always sought to unravel, to reveal. Elias not seeks to conceal, to misdirect. But he uses a similar underlying structure, a grid, a system of mirrors. Mirrors, Eliza mused, her eyes gleaming. Like the one Sarah wrote on, and Elias' art often explores reflection, distorted images, unseen angles. The message slowly began to yield its secrets. It wasn't a direct location or a simple instruction. It was a complex narrative, a story told in symbols and illusions describing Genevieve Thorne's long game. It spoke of her origins within advanced shipping, her hidden control, and her ultimate vision, to create a global network of influence, not just for trafficking, but for information, for power, for shaping the very fabric of international commerce and politics. The message culminated in a series of coordinates, a precise location. Not a grand hideout, not a remote island, but a discreet, almost unremarkable office building in a bustling financial district in Geneva, Switzerland. Geneva, Miller stated, looking at the coordinates. The heart of international finance and diplomacy, perfect cover for a shadow queen. The note also contained a final, chilling revelation. It was a subtle, almost throwaway line hidden deep within the deciphered text. The ultimate weave is a life renewed. The other raven understands the price. A life renewed, Eliza repeated, her face paling. He's talking about me, my new life in Port Blossom, my work with the raven's voice. He knew, he observed, he orchestrated. In the price, I asked, a shiver running down my spine. Eliza's gaze met mine, a terrible understanding dawning in her eyes. The price of my continued freedom. He let me live this new life, allowed me to think I was free, but he was always watching. He controlled the narrative. He controlled my existence. He was the ultimate weaver of my fate. Elias Thorne, the other raven, had been sending a message not just about his grandmother, but about himself. He understood the price of living under Genevieve Thorne's control, the manipulation, the illusion of choice. Perhaps he too was a prisoner in his own way, forced to play his part in her grand design, but seeking to subtly expose her, even at great personal risk. The combined efforts of Eliza, Emily, and our team finally provided us with enough actionable intelligence to obtain international warrants. The net was cast wide. Federal agents, with the cooperation of Swiss authorities, moved swiftly and decisively on the Geneva location. The raid was a success. Genevieve Thorne was apprehended. She was found in a meticulously organized, state-of-the-art office, surrounded by multiple computer screens displaying complex financial models and geopolitical analyses. She showed no surprise, no fear, only a faint, almost imperceptible smile of quiet satisfaction, as if her capture was simply another anticipated move in a very long game. Detectives, she said, her voice calm and cultured, a voice that carried the weight of decades of hidden power. Took you long enough, though I must admit Elias' little game was quite clever, wasn't it? Her gaze, sharp and assessing, landed on me. He always was drawn to puzzles and to justice in his own peculiar way. We immediately began her interrogation. Genevieve Thorne was a master of psychological warfare, calmly deflecting, subtly twisting facts, never truly breaking, but hinting at the vast, intricate network she had built. She confirmed Julian Vance was a pawn, a crude instrument for her grander design. She admitted to orchestrating Aliner's disappearance, not out of malice, but out of necessity, to remove a growing liability and create a diversion. And she chillingly confirmed that Sarah Jenkins was a regrettable casualty, a threat to her carefully constructed order. But it was her motivation that was truly disturbing. She wasn't driven by simple greed, but by a profound, almost philosophical belief in her right to control, to impose her vision on the world. She saw herself as an artist, shaping human destinies and global events. The human trafficking was merely a means to an end, a way to build wealth and influence, a necessary if unpleasant detail in her grand design. And Elias Thorne, Genevieve offered a dismissive shrug. My grandson is sentimental, he admires courage even when it is foolish. He believes Sarah Jenkins deserved a voice, even if it meant disrupting my symphony. He is a rogue note, an unexpected dissonance, but ultimately he remains within the composition. She offered no information about Elias' current whereabouts, only a cryptic smile. He plays his own games, and he chooses his own stage. The investigation into Genevieve Thorne's vast network of illicit activities spanned continents, uncovering layers of corruption that reached into governments, corporations, and international organizations. The human trafficking was just one facet of her dark empire. She was involved in illegal arms deals, industrial espionage, political manipulation, and countless other shadowy enterprises, all designed to consolidate her absolute power. Her arrest sent shockwaves across the globe, dwarfing even Julian Vance's scandal. The Shadow Queen had finally been exposed. But Elias Thorne remained at large. His locket had helped us unravel the ultimate knot, expose the true architect of the Vance tragedy, but he had managed to slip away, a ghost in his own right, perhaps to continue his own unique brand of justice, or perhaps to simply disappear into the artistic ether. With Genevieve Thorne's arrest and the dismantling of her empire, the Alina Vance case was truly finally closed. The layers of deception, betrayal, and unspeakable cruelty had been peeled back, revealing the full, horrifying truth. Sarah Jenkins's sacrifice was fully vindicated, her courage lauded internationally. Emily and Eliza, united in their purpose, continued to expand the Raven's Voice Foundation, becoming powerful advocates for justice and truth. For me, the detective, the journey had been long and arduous, pushing me to the limits of my professional and personal understanding. I had started as a young, naive officer believing in simple solutions. I ended as a seasoned veteran, intimately aware of the intricate, often invisible, layers of darkness and light that existed in the world. The ghost of Alina Vance had finally found her peace, in a way becoming the fierce and purposeful Eliza. But the ghost of Sarah Jenkins, the quiet graphic designer who had dared to challenge a Shadow Queen, was the one who truly changed me. Her spirit, her unwavering commitment to truth, resonated within me, a constant reminder of the power of the unseen and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The world was not a simple place, and justice, I learned, was rarely straightforward. Sometimes it required a dead woman's invisible message, a hidden locket, and the unlikely collaboration of a grieving sister, a traumatized heiress, and a rogue artist to bring the deepest shadows to light. Years passed, and the case of Genevieve Thorne became another chapter in my career, albeit one that cast a very long shadow. I rose through the ranks, eventually becoming a captain myself, like Miller before me. My approach to every case was now infused with the lessons learned from the Weaver's Knot: always look beyond the obvious, question every assumption, and remember that the most dangerous threats often operate in plain sight just beneath the surface. Eliza, now a respected figure in humanitarian circles, continued her tireless work with the Raven's Voice. Her past as Alina Vance was no longer a shadow, but a testament to her profound transformation. She often spoke publicly about the importance of listening to the unheard, of seeing the unseen, directly echoing Sarah Jenkins's artistic philosophy. Her voice, once silenced by fear, was now a powerful instrument for change. Emily Jenkins, too, found a renewed purpose, pouring her energy into the foundation, ensuring Sarah's legacy would inspire countless others. The bond between Emily and Eliza was strong, forged in shared tragedy and a common pursuit of. Emily and Eliza continued to collaborate, their efforts intertwining to create a powerful force for good. The Raven's Voice became a beacon, a living testament to Sarah Jenkins's indomitable spirit. I saw them often at press conferences, charity galas, or sometimes just a quiet coffee meeting at a small cafe near the Foundation's bustling offices. Their strength was a quiet, relentless force, a testament to what could be built from the ashes of unimaginable loss. But even as the dust settled on the Genevieve Thorne case, even as the global network she had built crumbled, there remained one unresolved thread, one ghost that continued to linger in the periphery of my professional mind: Elias Thorne. The other Raven, as Sarah's final note had so cryptically described him. He had played a dangerous, ambiguous game, a double agent caught between loyalty to his monstrous grandmother and a strange, artistic commitment to Sarah Jenkins's truth. He had sent us the locket, the final key, but then vanished, leaving behind only questions. Where was Elias Thorne? Was he truly free of Genevieve's influence, or was he merely biding his time, preparing for a new act in a play only he understood? The thought nagged at me, a low, persistent hum beneath the surface of my daily life as a captain. I had learned to trust my instincts, and they told me Elias Thorne was a variable, an unknown that could still shift the entire equation. Months turned into a year, the world moved on. Genevieve Thorne, despite her vast network and formidable intellect, was slowly being brought to justice, her trials lengthy and complex, revealing layer upon layer of corruption. Elias Thorne, however, remained a phantom. My department had put out an international warrant for his arrest, for obstruction and aiding and abetting, but he had proved remarkably adept at disappearing. He was an artist of shadow and light, and he seemed to have mastered the art of non-existence. One crisp autumn morning, a package arrived at my office. It was addressed to me personally. No return address, no sender's name, just a plain, sturdy cardboard box. I felt that familiar prickle of unease, the echo of the locket's arrival years prior. This was never a good sign. I opened it carefully, cutting through the tape with a box cutter. Inside, nestled in dark tissue paper, was a large, intricately carved wooden box. It was made of dark, polished mahogany, smooth to the touch and surprisingly heavy. On its lid, carved with exquisite detail, was a stylized raven identical to the one Sarah Jenkins had used, the one etched onto her locket. But this raven was larger, bolder, its wings outstretched as if in flight. My heart began to pound with a slow, heavy rhythm. This was Elia's, it had to be. I ran my fingers over the carving. There was a faint scent of wood polish and something else, something metallic, almost electrical. The box had no visible lock, no clasp. It was a seamless cube of wood, perfectly joined. A small folded note tucked into the tissue paper accompanied the box. The paper was thicker, handmade, with a slightly textured surface. The handwriting was elegant, precise, almost calligraphic, the same hand that had written the message with Sarah's locket. Genevieve Thorne's hand, or someone trained by her. I unfolded the note, my eyes scanning the familiar script. The architect's final blueprint remains unfinished, a last design woven in shadow and light. The true value is not in what is contained, but in what it reveals about the maker. The other raven has delivered his final message. The threads of legacy extend beyond the grave, and the forgotten name holds one last secret. My gaze immediately went to the carved raven on the box. The other raven has delivered his final message. This was from Elias, and the note in Genevieve's hand was a response, a challenge, a confirmation that they were still communicating, even with Genevieve in prison. Or perhaps this was a posthumous message, activated only upon a certain trigger. The architect's final blueprint remains unfinished. What did that mean? Genevieve Thorne was behind bars, her empire crumbling. Was there a hidden part of her scheme that we had missed? A final, devastating move. The true value is not in what is contained, but in what it reveals about the maker. This was a direct taunt, a puzzle within a puzzle, designed to test our intellect, to show us that they were always one step ahead. And then the last line, and the forgotten name holds one last secret. The forgotten name, that had been Genevieve Thorne herself. Was there yet another forgotten name, a new layer of deception? I took the box and the note to my office, the mahogany cool and solid in my hands. I called Miller, now Commissioner Miller, his voice carrying the weight of his high office. He listened intently, the familiar professional urgency replacing his initial weariness. "Another package, Captain," Commissioner Miller asked, his voice low. "From Thorne or Thorne's grandmother?" "I believe it's from Elias, sent in conjunction with Genevieve or perhaps triggered by her arrest," I explained. "It's a wooden box carved with the raven's symbol, and a note in Genevieve Thorne's handwriting hinting at an unfinished blueprint and a forgotten name." "Bring it to HQ immediately," Miller commanded. "This smells like trouble and possibly a trap." At headquarters, the box and note were carefully analyzed by our forensics team. The box was indeed expertly crafted, seamless. They couldn't find any visible seams, latches, or openings. It seemed to be a solid block of wood. "This is a puzzle box, Captain," Dr. Sharma, now the head of the forensics division, explained. She ran her gloved hands over the smooth surface. "It's designed to be opened with a specific sequence of actions, or perhaps a precise application of force, pressure, or even light or sound in a particular order. Very much in the style of Elias Thorne's conceptual art, as we've seen." "And the note?" I asked. "The handwriting is confirmed to be Genevieve Thorne S., Dr. Sharma stated. "The ink and paper are consistent with samples we have from her. It's either a letter she wrote before her arrest, or it was delivered by someone acting on her behalf, or even Elias S." "So what now?" Commissioner Miller asked, his eyes fixed on the impenetrable box. "We can't just smash it open. We risk destroying whatever's inside." "We'll need to decipher the mechanism," Dr. Sharma said. "It could be pressure points, temperature changes, magnetic fields, even subtle light patterns interacting with the wood grain. Elias Thorne was known for his highly intricate and technologically advanced art. This is likely no different." The note provided the first clues. The architect's final blueprint remains unfinished, a last design woven in shadow and light, that immediately brought to mind UV light, the method used to reveal Sarah's invisible message. And Elias Thorne's own art often involved layered imagery, only visible under specific conditions. We began to experiment carefully, methodically. We subjected the box to different light spectrums, thermal imaging, sonic frequencies, looking for any hidden reactions. Hours passed, nothing. The box remained a silent, unyielding enigma. Meanwhile, I reread the note, searching for other clues. The true value is not in what is contained, but in what it reveals about the maker. This line nagged at me. It suggested that the act of opening the box, or the method itself, was more important than the contents. It was a psychological game, a challenge from Genevieve and Elias. I focused on the other raven has delivered his final message. This was from Elias, the artist who loved puzzles, who admired Sarah's weaver's knot. Sarah's knot was about context, about understanding her current obsession. Elias' art was about hidden power structures, manipulation. What was his obsession? What was his context? His admiration for Sarah's art, his subtle help in exposing Julian, his eventual disappearance, it all pointed to a complicated individual. He admired truth, but was bound by loyalty or perhaps fear to his grandmother. Then a thought struck me: the forgotten name holds one last secret. This line was the most disturbing. We thought the forgotten name was Genevieve Thorne, the architect, but what if there was another, a new layer of the weaver's knot? I remembered Elias' art, his abstract paintings. He had told us they contained coded messages, directions. Sarah had told him Emily would know how to decipher them. What if Elias, in his final message, had used a similar method but subtly adapted it, twisted it in his own unique style? I called Emily and Eliza. They were both still deeply involved with the foundation, but dropped everything the moment I explained the new package and the note. Their faces when they arrived at HQ were a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. Eliza, in particular, looked wary, as if another layer of her past was about to unravel. Elias' final message, Emily murmured, examining the carved box. He always loved a grand gesture, but his art was never straightforward. It was always about the subtle unveiling, the revelation through a specific lens. And Genevieve's note mentions shadow and light, Eliza added, her eyes scanning the box, and what it reveals about the maker. Elias' work often used reflections, distorted images. What if the box itself is meant to be a mirror? This was it, the missing piece. Elias Thorne, the artist, the other raven. He used reflections, distorted images. The box was smooth, polished mahogany. What if it wasn't just a puzzle, but a canvas? Reflections, I repeated. What if we don't just shine a light on it, but through it, or use it to reflect something? Dr. Sharma, listening intently, suddenly snapped her fingers. Of course, Elias Thorne often used polarized light in his installations or specific types of filters. What if the box itself, the wood grain, is meant to interact with polarized light in a way that reveals a hidden pattern? We brought out polarized light filters and began systematically scanning the box. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, as Dr. Sharma rotated a specific filter at a precise angle over the carved raven, a faint, almost invisible pattern began to shimmer on the surface of the mahogany. It was a delicate, intricate pattern like an abstract map. Lines, symbols, and tiny, almost subliminal images began to appear, coalescing into a coherent design. It was unmistakably Elias Thorne's style, a complex visual language that mirrored Sarah's own coded art, but with a darker, more intricate twist. It's a diagram, Emily whispered, her eyes wide with recognition. Like Sarah's maps, but far more complex, it's a circuit board. Eliza leaned closer, her sharp intellect cutting through the abstract. No, not a circuit board, it's a network diagram. These nodes, these connections, they represent financial institutions, shell corporations, data centers. It's a map of a digital infrastructure. As we continued to adjust the polarized light, more details emerged. There were subtle numerical sequences embedded in the patterns, along with a series of glyphs that Emily immediately recognized as a variant of Sarah's Weaver's Knot language, but adapted almost as if Elias had taken Sarah's system and integrated it into his own. He's showing us something, I said, my voice hushed. A hidden network, a blueprint that Genevieve said was unfinished. Emily, with Eliza's help, began to decipher the glyphs and numerical sequences. It was painstaking work, requiring a deep understanding of both Sarah's and Elias' artistic and coding methodologies. These numbers, Emily announced after a tense hour, they're dates, and these symbols, they represent locations. It's a schedule, a timeline. Eliza, meanwhile, focused on the network diagram. This isn't just a map of existing assets. These nodes, these connections, they're dormant, unactivated. It's a blueprint for a future operation, a contingency plan. The puzzle box, the other raven's final message, was indeed Genevieve Thorne's unfinished blueprint, a contingency plan for her empire designed to lie dormant, ready to be reactivated even if she was apprehended. It was a digital ghost waiting to rise. And the dates Emily was deciphering, they indicated activation points, moments when different nodes of this dormant network were scheduled to come online slowly, subtly, rebuilding Genevieve's empire from the shadows even as she sat in prison. The first activation point was just 3 weeks away. She wasn't just building an empire for trafficking, Eliza said, her voice grim. She was building an empire of information, of control. Trafficking was just one revenue stream. This network, this is about power, political influence, economic leverage, global manipulation. The urgency was palpable. We had stumbled upon a new layer of Genevieve Thorne's ruthless ambition, a plan designed to outlast her incarceration, to ensure her legacy of control continued. But then Emily pointed to a small, almost invisible detail on the polarized pattern, a series of tiny, almost imperceptible dots, arranged in a familiar constellation. This, Emily whispered, her finger tracing the pattern, this is the same coordinate sequence Sarah used to hide her dead drop, the same secret keeper's code. My breath hitched. Sarah's code. Why would Elias use Sarah's personal access code in Genevieve's blueprint? Eliza immediately understood. The true value is not in what is contained, but in what it reveals about the maker, she quoted from the note. Elias isn't just revealing Genevieve's plan, he's revealing himself. He's leaving a message for us hidden within her blueprint. Emily worked quickly, deciphering the familiar code. It led not to a location, but to a sequence of words, a phrase. The shadow reveals the hand. The shadow reveals the hand, I repeated. What does that mean? Eliza's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on her face. It's about artistic technique. In painting, the shadow cast by a subject can reveal the presence, the texture, the very hand of the artist, even if the artist themselves is hidden. Elias is telling us that by looking at Genevieve's shadow, her blueprint, we can find his hand, his subtle sabotage. Emily continued her work, tracing the patterns on the box. And then she found it. A hidden sequence, a single glyph embedded deep within the digital network diagram, subtly altering a crucial activation parameter. This isn't just a blueprint, Emily said, her voice trembling slightly. This is a trap. Elias, he's built a backdoor into Genevieve's contingency plan. This glyph, it's designed to redirect all the funds from the first activation point to an anonymous account, and then to trigger an alert to a specific, legitimate international watchdog organization. He's sabotaging his grandmother's plan, Eliza finished, a look of awe and understanding on her face. He's using her own design against her. He's exposing her not by destroying the blueprint, but by letting it activate and then redirecting its initial power to expose the whole network to the authorities. And the forgotten name holds one last secret, I said, remembering the final line of Genevieve's note. What if the forgotten name isn't another person, but the name of this operation itself? A name that Elias subtly hid within the blueprint, knowing we would find it, knowing it would reveal Genevieve's ultimate ambition. Emily and Eliza went back to work, their focus unwavering. They scoured the intricate network diagram, searching for the final, most subtle clue. It took another day, filled with intense concentration, cross-referencing, and moments of frustrated silence. But finally, Eliza pointed to a specific, almost imperceptible sequence of abstract symbols, intertwined with a complex mathematical equation deeply embedded in the dormant network's core programming. This, Eliza announced, her voice filled with a quiet triumph. This is it. It's a name encoded in a multi-layered cipher. It's Project Chimera. Project Chimera, I repeated. The name was chilling. A chimera, a mythical beast made of disparate parts, a monstrous hybrid. It perfectly described Genevieve Thorne's ambition to weave together disparate elements of power, finance, and information into a single, controlling entity. And the forgotten name holds one last secret, Emily added, her finger tracing a small, almost invisible variation in one of the chimera symbols. This isn't just the project's name. This specific variation, it reveals the location of the project's main control hub, a physical location deeply hidden where the entire dormant network can be monitored and managed. She wrote down a new set of coordinates, far more precise than any we had received before. They pointed to a remote, fortified data center buried deep within the Swiss Alps, a truly forgotten place built to withstand anything. Elias Thorne's final message was far more than a simple warning. It was a brilliant, intricate act of artistic sabotage, a ghost in the machine designed to bring down his grandmother's grand design from within. He had used her own blueprint, her own methods, to expose her final, most ambitious secret. And in doing so, he had truly become the other Raven, a messenger of truth, working from the deepest shadows. Commissioner Miller immediately dispatched a joint task force, coordinating with international agencies. The stakes were incredibly high. If Genevieve Thorne's dormant network was allowed to activate, even partially, it could destabilize global markets, compromise critical infrastructure, and reignite a new era of illicit operations. The operation was swift and decisive. The remote data center was raided, its security measures proving formidable, but ultimately insufficient against the combined might of our intelligence and the precise information provided by Elias' puzzle. Inside, we found not only the physical infrastructure for Project Chimera, but also a small, secure compartment containing a single, beautifully bound journal. It was Elias Thorne's journal. In it, he detailed his tortured journey, caught between his grandmother's manipulative brilliance and his growing admiration for Sarah Jenkins's uncompromising moral compass. He wrote about his deep affection for Sarah, his respect for her art, and his horror at Julian Vance's crimes. He confessed to his complicity, his fear of Genevieve, and his agonizing decision to play a double game. He described how Genevieve, even from behind bars, had subtly communicated with him, ensuring her blueprint was in his possession, ready for activation. He explained how he had woven the sabotage into the blueprint, the backdoor into Project Chimera, using Sarah's weavers not as inspiration, knowing that Emily and Eliza, with my help, would eventually decipher it. The locket, the box, the notes, it was all part of his intricate plan to ensure Genevieve's full exposure without directly betraying her in a way that would put Emily, Eliza, or himself at immediate risk. He knew his grandmother would be watching, would try to manipulate his actions even from prison. His final entry was addressed to me, to the captain. I am a raven of a different feather. I understand the shadows, for I have lived within them. My grandmother taught me the art of the weave of control of power. But Sarah Jenkins showed me the beauty of the untangled thread, the truth of light. I cannot destroy the shadow, Captain, for it is a part of me, a part of my legacy, but I can illuminate it. I can ensure that even in the darkest designs there is a flicker of truth, a path to justice. My path now lies beyond the reach of both justice and shadow, for a true artist knows when to leave the stage and let the audience find their own meaning. The forgotten name will finally be remembered, and the light will truly shine. Elias Thorne was gone. He had played his final act, revealed his full hand, and then vanished. He was neither hero nor villain, but a complex, tragic figure, a weaver of shadows who ultimately chose to illuminate the darkness. With the dismantling of Project Chimera and the irrefutable evidence found in Elias' journal, Genevieve Thorne's reign of terror truly came to an end. The sheer scale of her ambition, her cold-blooded manipulation of human lives and global systems, shocked the world. Her trials became legendary, exposing the insidious ways in which power could be wielded from the deepest shadows. Eliza, Emily, and I attended Genevieve's sentencing. She remained impassive, her face a mask of serene defiance. Her eyes, however, met Eliza's across the courtroom, a flicker of something unreadable passing between them, recognition perhaps, or a final, silent challenge. The case of Eleanor Vance, Sarah Jenkins, Julian Vance, and Genevieve Thorne was finally irrevocably closed. It had started with a vanished socialite and an invisible message, spiraled through human trafficking and forced suicides, and culminated in the dismantling of a global empire built on shadow and control. I looked at Eliza and Emily, sitting together in the courtroom, their hands clasped. They had found their purpose, their strength, and their voice. They had transformed their grief into a powerful force for change, ensuring that Sarah's raven would continue to fly, carrying messages of truth and justice to the furthest corners of the world. As for me, the detective who had started this journey with a naive belief in simple solutions, I had been irrevocably changed. The world was not black and white, but a complex tapestry of shadow and light, woven by countless hands, some seen, some unseen. My career, my understanding of humanity, my very soul, had been reshaped by the weaver's knot. I had learned that true justice often required looking beyond the obvious, deciphering the hidden language of the unseen, and acknowledging the profound courage of those who dared to challenge the deepest shadows, even at the cost of their own lives. The world would never be truly untangled. New knots would always form, new shadows would always emerge. But now I knew where to look, I knew how to find the hidden threads, and I knew that even in the darkest designs, there was always a chance for the light to shine. The legacy of Sarah Jenkins, the quiet graphic designer, lived on, a powerful guiding force in a world that desperately needed her unwavering truth. My tenure as captain continued, each new case adding another thread to the complex tapestry of crime and justice. The weaver's knot had left an indelible mark, shaping my approach, my instincts, and my empathy. I often found myself reflecting on the intricate dance between good and evil, truth and deception that had defined the Vance Thorne saga. Eliza, leading the Raven's voice, became a globally recognized advocate against human trafficking and corporate corruption. Her experiences as Eleanor Vance, the glamorous heiress, and Eliza, the quiet villager, gave her a unique perspective, a blend of insider knowledge and profound empathy. She used her platform not for personal glory, but to empower others, to give voice to the voiceless, just as Sarah Jenkins would have done. Emily, ever the grounding force, continued to manage the Foundation's operations, ensuring its growth and integrity. Their bond was unbreakable, a sisterhood forged in tragedy and unwavering purpose. Elias Thorne remained a mystery. Despite global warrants and continuous efforts to track him, he had truly vanished, a ghost within the art world, occasionally rumored to have resurfaced in obscure exhibitions or conceptual installations under various aliases. He was the artist who understood the power of absence, the profound statement in an empty canvas. His final act, the coded message in the box, was a testament to his unique moral compass, a choice to reveal the truth while preserving his own enigmatic freedom. I often wondered if he was still out there, weaving his own subtle threads of justice, challenging power from the shadows, an other raven forever flying on the periphery. Years folded into decades. I eventually retired from the force, my career distinguished by a relentless pursuit of justice and an unwavering commitment to uncovering the truth, no matter how complex or unsettling. The city had changed, technology had evolved, but the fundamental nature of crime and the human spirit that fought against it remained constant. My retirement brought a different kind of peace. I spent my days walking the city streets I had once patrolled, seeing the familiar landmarks through new eyes, eyes that had witnessed both the profound darkness and the extraordinary resilience of humanity. I remained in touch with Eliza and Emily, proud of their ongoing work, their enduring legacy. The Raven's voice had grown into an international powerhouse, a testament to Sarah Jenkins's quiet revolution. One quiet afternoon, while enjoying a cup of coffee in a small, independent art gallery downtown, a place known for showcasing emerging conceptual artists, I saw it. A small, unassuming sculpture in a dimly lit corner. It was a series of intricately carved wooden panels arranged in an abstract, flowing pattern. It looked like pure artistic expression, a study in light and shadow, form and void. But as I walked closer, my heart skipped a beat. Hidden within the flowing lines of the sculpture, almost invisible until you knew what to look for, was a single stylized raven, its wings outstretched, its form subtly integrated into the wood grain. And then, as I adjusted my gaze, a subtle, almost imperceptible shimmer caught my eye. It was a line of faint script, carved into the wood with such precision that it could easily be mistaken for a natural flaw in the material. I leaned closer, my old eyes straining in the dim light. The script was elegant, precise, almost calligraphic. It was Genevieve Thorne's handwriting, but the message was undeniably Elias Thorne S. The architect's true masterpiece is not in what is built, but in what remains unseen. A final thread, a last enduring silence, the cost of knowing. And below the message, a single, perfectly drawn, stylized raven, identical to the one Sarah Jenkins had used, the one etched onto her locket, the one Elias had carved onto the puzzle box. My hand instinctively reached for my pocket, searching for a badge that was no longer there. This wasn't a warning, it wasn't a new puzzle. It was a final, chilling revelation delivered years later, an echo from a story I thought was long finished. The architect's true masterpiece is not in what is built, but in what remains unseen. It implied that even after her empire was dismantled, even after her incarceration, Genevieve Thorne had achieved a deeper, more profound victory, one that we, in our pursuit of justice, had entirely missed. A final thread, a last, enduring silence, the cost of knowing. What was this final thread, what enduring silence, and what was the cost of knowing? My mind, even in retirement, immediately began to race, piecing together the fragments of a new, unseen puzzle. The sculpture, the message, the raven. It was a posthumous communication, an artistic testament from Elias, subtly exposing a truth that Genevieve had successfully hidden. She had not only built an empire, but had also orchestrated a deeper, more personal form of control, a final act of manipulation that transcended prisons and dismantled networks. This was the true, forgotten name, the ultimate secret. I knew this was it, the final, ultimate knot of the weaver's knot. The one that Elias, in his own tormented way, had been struggling to reveal for decades. He had left it for me, the detective who had spent a lifetime chasing shadows, knowing I would eventually find it, knowing I would understand. I stood there in the quiet gallery, the scent of fresh coffee and old art mingling in the air. The message carved into the wood seemed to shimmer, drawing me deeper into its silent accusation. The world, I realized, was still full of unseen threads, of hidden truths waiting for the light, and the story, it seemed, was not yet truly over. I stood there in the quiet gallery, the scent of fresh coffee and old art mingling in the air. The message carved into the wood seemed to shimmer, drawing me deeper into its silent accusation. The world, I realized, was still full of unseen threads, of hidden truths waiting for the light, and the story, it seemed, was not yet truly over. My retirement, usually a peaceful rhythm of walks, reading and reconnecting with the city's calmer pulse, was abruptly shattered. The sculpture, this final message from Elias Thorne, felt less like art and more like a carefully laid trap specifically for me. Elias, the artist, the other raven, who had subtly guided us to his grandmother's downfall, had vanished, leaving behind only echoes. Now, decades later, he was speaking again, through Genevieve Thorne's elegant script, etched into his own cryptic creation. The architect's true masterpiece is not in what is built, but in what remains unseen. A final thread, a last enduring silence, the cost of knowing. The words echoed in my mind, a relentless drumbeat. What unseen masterpiece, what enduring silence, and what was this cost of knowing? My detective's instincts, sharpened over a lifetime of chasing shadows, immediately ignited. I knew with an unsettling certainty that this wasn't just a philosophical musing. This was a clue, a final, intricate puzzle from the most enigmatic figure in the entire Vance Thorne saga. I bought the sculpture. The gallery owner, a young woman with a sharp eye, recognized my urgency but didn't question it. She simply processed the sale, a flicker of curiosity in her gaze as I carefully wrapped the wooden panels. I paid in cash, a habit from years of discreet operations, wanting no digital trace, no easy questions. Back in my apartment, the sculpture, now disassembled into its 3 panels, sat on my dining table. The raven carving on the central panel seemed to watch me, its wooden eyes glinting under the lamplight. I spent hours staring at it, tracing the elegant script, trying to unravel the new knot Elias had presented. I knew I couldn't approach this alone. This wasn't a standard police investigation. It was a continuation of Elias and Sarah's artistic puzzles, a battle of wits that transcended the conventional boundaries of law enforcement. I needed the 2 people who understood Sarah's weaver's knot and Elias' twisted logic better than anyone, Emily Jenkins and Eliza Aliner Vance. I called Emily first. Her voice, though still tinged with the memory of loss, was strong, resolute. She was still running the Raven's Voice Foundation with Eliza, their work having expanded globally. "Captain," she said, a hint of surprise in her tone. "It's been a while, is everything all right?" "Emily," I replied, my voice low, "I found something from Elias Thorne, a sculpture. It carries a message in Genevieve Thorne's hand, but it's Elias' final puzzle, and it speaks of a final thread, a last, enduring silence, and the cost of knowing. It also hints at the architect's true masterpiece being unseen." A silence stretched over the line, heavier than any I had heard in years. Then Emily's voice, a whisper, Elia's, after all this time. Yes, I confirmed, and I think it's connected to Sarah, to Genevieve, to everything. I think it's the final piece of the weaver's knot. I heard her take a shaky breath. I'll be right there and I'll call Eliza, she needs to know. Within hours, they were at my apartment. Emily, her face pale but determined, and Eliza, her usual poised composure, fractured by a flicker of apprehension. The moment Eliza saw the sculpture panels, her eyes narrowed, a profound understanding mixed with trepidation. This is his style, Eliza murmured, running a hand over the carved wood. The deliberate abstract, the hidden details. Elias always believed true art revealed its secrets over time to those who truly looked. I laid out the note. Emily's eyes, so adept at deciphering Sarah's hand, immediately confirmed it's Genevieve's writing, the same precise, almost calligraphic script from the locket's note. But the message is Elias' S, I pointed out. It has his philosophical undertone, his penchant for ambiguity. The architect's true masterpiece is not in what is built, but in what remains unseen, Eliza read aloud, her voice tight. Genevieve always spoke of her masterpieces in terms of control of her designs on the world, but if it's unseen, what could that mean? And a final thread, a last enduring silence. The cost of knowing, Emily added, her brow furrowed. Sarah's knots always led to revelation, to exposure. Elias, he seems to be hinting at something that won't be revealed, something that remains silent. We spent the rest of the evening poring over the sculpture and the note. We tried every trick in the book: UV light, polarized light, heat, cold, even sonic frequencies. Elias Thorne's previous puzzle box had yielded to polarized light, revealing a network diagram. This time nothing. The wood remained inscrutable, beautiful, but silent. This isn't about opening something or revealing a hidden diagram, Eliza finally concluded, her gaze fixed on the sculpture's seemingly abstract patterns. The note says the true value is not in what is contained, but in what it reveals about the maker. This is about Elias and about Genevieve. It's a psychological puzzle, not a physical one. And it's Elias' final message, Emily added, tracing the carved raven. He's leaving us something about his own journey, perhaps, his internal struggle between Genevieve's influence and Sarah's truth. The cost of knowing, that phrase resonated with me most profoundly. What knowledge could be so devastating that it came with such a high cost? Days turned into a week. We convened daily at my apartment, a war room of 3 focused minds, surrounded by the remnants of a decades-old mystery. We dissected every word, every curve of the carving, every possible artistic interpretation. We reviewed Genevieve Thorne's interrogation transcripts, searching for any overlooked detail, any hint of an unseen masterpiece. Her composure, her quiet satisfaction, her dismissive shrugs, it all pointed to a deeper game. She was never truly broken, Eliza recalled, a shiver running through her. Even in prison, even as her empire crumbled, she maintained that detached amusement, as if she knew something we didn't, as if we had only scratched the surface. Emily, meanwhile, immersed herself in Elias Thorne's artistic philosophy, rereading old articles and exhibition catalogs. His work always questioned authority, explored systemic corruption, but he also had a fascination with inherited legacy, the unseen burdens of family history. It was then that Emily stumbled upon a lesser-known essay Elias had written for an obscure art journal, published years before Sarah's death. The title was chillingly prescient: The Silent Masterpiece, Art as Absence, Control as Creation. This is it, Emily whispered, holding up a printed copy of the essay. This is his philosophy. He believed true power lay not in overt display, but in subtle, unseen control, in creating an absence so profound that it becomes the ultimate artistic statement. Eliza's eyes widened, a dawning horror in their depths. An absence, a void, a forgotten name that isn't forgotten but removed. My mind raced, connecting the dots. A last, enduring silence, the cost of knowing. What if the unseen masterpiece wasn't an act of creation but an act of erasure? What if, I ventured, my voice low, Genevieve didn't just hide a part of her empire? What if she made someone disappear so completely, so effectively, that their absence became her ultimate statement of control, an identity erased, a life made to never have existed? Eliza gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. My God, my brother, my other brother. A cold, heavy silence fell over the room. I remembered the Vance family history, the brief mention of Alina having an older brother, Thomas. He was listed in old family trees, a few dusty society pages, but he had seemed to vanish from all records decades ago. He was usually dismissed as a reclusive figure, an embarrassment, someone quietly removed from public life after a supposed mental health crisis. Julian Vance was always presented as the only other heir, the reliable cousin. Thomas Vance, Eliza repeated, her voice choked with emotion. He was older than me by 7 years, brilliant, sensitive, but also troubled. He struggled with the weight of the family name, the expectations. He was always at odds with our grandfather, who saw him as weak. What happened to him, I asked. The records we found were sparse, a mental health facility, then nothing. He was sent away, Eliza explained, tears welling in her eyes. When he was in his early 20s, he had a breakdown, they said, too much pressure, he disappeared from our lives. Our parents rarely spoke of him as if he was a ghost. Julian always said he was too fragile for the Vance legacy. I was just a child, I believed them. An enduring silence, Emily murmured, connecting it to Elias' note. A life made to be an absence. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. This was the forgotten name, not because he was truly forgotten, but because he was systematically erased. And the cost of knowing was the truth of this erasure. Genevieve Thorne, Eliza spat, her voice laced with venom. She must have orchestrated it. She always had an uncanny influence over my grandfather. He trusted her implicitly with the family's most sensitive affairs. We immediately began to dig into Thomas Vance's past. Old society pages, university records, medical archives. It was like pulling at a thread, and slowly a new chilling tapestry began to unfold. Thomas Vance wasn't merely a reclusive, troubled heir. He was a brilliant, idealistic young man, deeply concerned about the unethical practices of Vance shipping, particularly its early involvement in exploitative labor practices and environmental degradation. He had actively challenged his grandfather, seeking to expose the company's dark underbelly. He was Sarah Jenkins before Sarah Jenkins, I realized, a profound sense of irony washing over me. An early raven trying to expose the truth from within. And then the most disturbing revelation. Thomas Vance had been placed in a highly specialized, secretive private institution for mental health, one known for its experimental therapies and its extreme discretion. An institution that years later had quietly changed hands, its ownership shrouded in a complex web of shell corporations. Shell corporations that, upon closer inspection, bore the subtle hallmarks of Genevieve Thorne's financial empire. She didn't just send him away, Eliza said, her voice trembling. She trapped him, she used his vulnerability, his mental health struggles against him. She took control of his life, ensuring he would never speak out, never pose a threat to Vance shipping. She didn't want him dead, she wanted him neutralized, silenced, made into a ghost. The enduring silence was Thomas Vance's life, forcibly erased from the world. His existence, his potential, sacrificed at the altar of Genevieve Thorne's control. And Elias knew, Emily murmured, looking at the sculpture. He carved this, knowing what it really meant. He grew up with this ghost, this absence. He heard the whispers, saw the subtle shifts in the family's narrative. He understood the profound cruelty of making someone simply disappear without a trace, without a grave. The sculpture now took on a new, heart-wrenching meaning. The abstract patterns, the interplay of light and shadow, the seemingly empty spaces, they represented Thomas Vance's silenced life. The raven, Sarah's symbol for truth, was also a symbol for Thomas, the forgotten truth-teller. The cost of knowing, I repeated, feeling the weight of those words. The cost to Eliza, who had lived her entire life believing a convenient lie about her own brother. The cost to Thomas, whose life had been stolen. The cost to Elias, who had carried this devastating secret, this unseen masterpiece of his grandmother's cruelty for decades. But what did Elias want us to do with this knowledge? He was the other raven, the one who understood the price. He had guided us this far. Was there a next step, a way to undo Genevieve's ultimate act of control? The sculpture itself, Eliza said, her eyes fixed on the wooden panels. It's Elias' art, his message. He wasn't just revealing the truth about Thomas. He was telling us how to find him, or what remains of him. We returned to the sculpture with renewed purpose, no longer just looking for hidden compartments, but for clues to Thomas Vance's fate. If Elias had carved this as his final message, it had to contain more than just revelation. It had to contain direction. Emily, using her intuitive understanding of Sarah's weaver's knot and Elias' adaptations, began to focus on the seemingly abstract patterns. Elias always used symbols that had a double meaning, particularly when referring to his grandmother's manipulations. This isn't just abstract art, it's a map. As she painstakingly analyzed the patterns, comparing them to Genevieve's known properties and the shell corporations that once controlled Thomas Vance's institution, a startling pattern emerged. A sequence of faint, almost ethereal lines, subtly integrated into the wood grain, formed a topological map. It's a specific location, Emily finally announced, her voice strained. A small, private compound, not the institution Thomas was originally sent to, but a separate, even more secluded facility. It was never publicly listed, never appeared on any official records, a true black site. In the accompanying glyphs, Elias modified Weaver's knot, provided a series of access codes, biometric details, and a complex timeline of staff rotations and security measures. This was information only an insider, someone with intimate knowledge of Genevieve's most hidden operations, could possess. This was Elias Thorne's true legacy, not just revealing the truth, but providing the means to act upon it. The target was a remote, heavily fortified facility hidden deep within a national forest, hundreds of miles from any major city. It was designed to be invisible, a ghost facility maintained by Genevieve Thorne's most trusted operatives even after her arrest. This was where Thomas Vance, the inconvenient heir, the forgotten name, had likely been imprisoned for decades. Commissioner Miller, though retired, remained a powerful ally. I presented him with the new evidence, the sculpture, Emily's deciphered map, Eliza's testimony. He listened, his face grim, his eyes burning with the old fire of justice. Genevieve Thorne, he growled, slamming his fist on his desk. Even from behind bars, she managed to keep this ghost facility running, her ultimate act of control, her unseen masterpiece. A joint task force involving federal agents and state police was swiftly assembled. The raid on the hidden facility was meticulously planned. We couldn't afford any mistakes. Thomas Vance, if he was still alive, was a vulnerable, likely traumatized individual, a ghost in plain sight. I insisted on being part of the raid team. This wasn't just another case, it was the final chapter of a story that had consumed decades of my life, intertwining with Sarah Jenkins's sacrifice, Eliza's transformation, and Elias Thorne's complex act of defiance. Emily and Eliza waited at headquarters, their faces etched with a tense hope, knowing that a lifetime of questions might finally be answered. The facility was an eerie place, nestled deep within the silent forest, its exterior blending seamlessly with the natural landscape. It was a fortress of concrete and steel, hidden beneath a veneer of rustic charm. We breached the perimeter, moving swiftly, silently. The few operatives still on site were quickly neutralized, their loyalty to Genevieve Thorne unwavering even after her incarceration. They were cult-like in their devotion, a testament to her profound manipulative power. Inside, the facility was a labyrinth of sterile corridors and locked rooms. We moved methodically, searching every corner. The air was cold, clinical, devoid of any warmth. It was a prison designed for the mind, not just the body. And then we found him. In a sparsely furnished room, brightly lit, clinically clean, sat an old man. His hair was long, white, and matted. His clothes were threadbare but clean. His eyes, though dulled by years of confinement, still held a flicker of intelligence, a ghost of the brilliant young man he once was. He looked at us with a blank stare, devoid of fear, devoid of curiosity, as if he had seen too much and nothing mattered anymore.
Thomas Vance.
He was thin, frail, a mere shadow of the photographs Eliza had shown us. Decades of isolation, of psychological conditioning, had stripped away his identity, leaving behind a hollow shell. He didn't speak. He didn't react. He simply existed, a living monument to Genevieve Thorne's enduring silence. A profound sadness washed over me. This was the cost of knowing. This was the true horror of Genevieve Thorne's genius. She had stolen a life, not through murder, but through erasure, through a systematic dismantling of his mind and spirit. We moved carefully, cautiously. A team of medics was brought in, specialists in long-term psychological trauma. Thomas Vance was gently, carefully removed from his lifelong prison. Back at headquarters, Eliza and Emily waited, their anxiety palpable. When I told them we had found him, Eliza collapsed into a chair, tears finally streaming down her face, a torrent of grief and relief. "Thomas," she whispered, her voice broken, "my brother." It was a long, arduous journey. Thomas Vance was hospitalized, surrounded by a team of dedicated doctors and therapists. His physical health was poor, but it was his mental state that required the most profound healing. He was disoriented, detached, unable to communicate beyond monosyllabic sounds. The years of systematic psychological manipulation had taken their toll, leaving him profoundly traumatized. Eliza, with Emily's unwavering support, dedicated herself to his care. She spent hours by his bedside, talking to him, reading to him, sharing old family photos, trying to reawaken the flicker of memory, the ghost of her brother. It was a testament to her own strength, her own journey from victim to survivor, that she could face this profound trauma with such unwavering love. The discovery of Thomas Vance in the hidden facility added a devastating new chapter to Genevieve Thorne's ongoing trials. The prosecution, armed with irrefutable evidence of her lifelong manipulation and imprisonment of her own family member, built an even more damning case. Her unseen masterpiece was now brought into the glaring light of public scrutiny, exposing her not just as a criminal mastermind, but as a monster of profound psychological cruelty. Genevieve Thorne, even in the face of this overwhelming evidence, remained impassive. During her sentencing, her eyes, cold and analytical, met Eliza's. There was no apology, no remorse, only a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk, as if to say, "You may have found him, but I still won." But Eliza didn't flinch. She had her brother back, even if he was a shadow of his former self. She would fight for his recovery, for his peace, for the justice that had been denied to him for decades. Years passed. Thomas Vance's recovery was slow, agonizing, but not without glimmers of hope. With Eliza and Emily's relentless love and the tireless work of his medical team, he slowly began to emerge from the fog. He never fully regained his former self, the brilliant, idealistic young man he once was. The trauma was too deep, the silence too long. But he learned to communicate, to express simple needs, to recognize the faces of his sister and Emily, to find a quiet solace in their presence. He found a new kind of peace, a fragile, hard-won existence after decades of forced absence. Eliza and Emily, through the Raven's voice, established a new initiative, Project Thomas. It was dedicated to rescuing and rehabilitating victims of long-term psychological imprisonment and systematic erasure, providing them with the resources and support needed to reclaim their identities and their lives. Thomas Vance's story, once a silent absence, became a powerful beacon of hope for countless others. My own retirement became a period of quiet reflection, a time to process the intricate layers of the Vance Thorn saga. The invisible message, the locket, the puzzle box, the ghost facility, the enduring silence of Thomas Vance. It was a narrative that had fundamentally reshaped my understanding of justice, of evil, and of the incredible resilience of the human spirit. Elias Thorne remained a phantom. His journal, his sculpture, his final message, they were his legacy, his tormented act of defiance against his grandmother's tyranny. He had chosen to be the other raven, to illuminate the darkness from within and then to disappear into his own chosen silence. I often wondered if he had found peace, wherever he was, the artist who had paid a heavy cost for knowing, for weaving truth into shadow. One warm spring afternoon, as I was visiting Eliza and Thomas at a tranquil care facility nestled in the countryside, a surprising encounter occurred. Thomas, usually quiet and withdrawn, was sitting in the garden, a rare smile on his face as Eliza read to him. Suddenly, his gaze drifted to a figure standing at the edge of the garden, partially obscured by the flowering bushes. It was Elias Thorne. He was older, his dark hair now streaked with gray, but his intense eyes were unmistakable. He wore simple, almost anonymous clothes, a backpack slung over one shoulder. He looked at Thomas, a profound sadness in his eyes, but also a quiet understanding. Then he met Eliza's gaze, Eliza who had just looked up, startled by his sudden appearance. There was no anger in her eyes, only surprise and perhaps a flicker of gratitude. Elias offered a slight, almost imperceptible nod, a silent acknowledgement of their shared history, their intertwined destinies. Then he turned and melted back into the shadows of the trees, a ghost in the periphery, disappearing as quickly and silently as he had arrived. Eliza stared after him for a long moment, a faint, wistful smile touching her lips. She understood. Elias was not a man for conventional reunions or explanations. His final act of justice, of healing, was always subtle, always unseen. He had come to see Thomas, to witness the quiet peace he had helped bring about, and then to vanish once more, leaving his masterpiece of revelation to speak for itself. Thomas, for his part, remained serene, a soft smile still on his face. He hadn't reacted to Elias' presence, hadn't seemed to register it. But I wondered, seeing the faint, almost imperceptible shift in the light in his eyes, if perhaps in his own way he had seen the other raven and found a quiet, unspoken understanding. I knew then that this was it. The very last thread of the weaver's knot had finally been revealed. The story of Eleanor Vance, Sarah Jenkins, Julian Vance, Genevieve Thorne, and now Thomas Vance and Elias Thorne had found its true, profound, and often painful conclusion. It had taught me that justice was not a destination, but an ongoing journey, a constant unraveling of unseen threads, a perpetual struggle to bring light to the deepest shadows. And that sometimes the greatest acts of heroism were found not in grand gestures, but in the quiet, unyielding courage to speak truth, to endure, and to simply exist against all odds. The narrative had closed, the final threads meticulously tied, or so I believed as I watched Elias Thorne disappear into the quiet tranquility of the countryside. This, I thought, was the true and ultimate ending. I had witnessed the full spectrum of human depravity and resilience, from Sarah's audacious courage to Eliza's profound transformation and the tragic, quiet suffering of Thomas. Elias' final, almost cinematic departure, sealing his role as the enigmatic other raven, seemed like the perfect, melancholic close to a story that had consumed decades of my life. I spent the next few years fully embracing my retirement, often visiting Eliza and Emily at the foundation or sitting with Thomas in his serene garden. Thomas, in his quiet way, continued to heal. He never fully recovered his old self, but he found a profound peace, a gentle connection to the world around him, nurtured by the unwavering love of his sister and Emily. His existence, once a symbol of Genevieve's ultimate control, became a testament to the power of human connection and the triumph of life over enforced silence. Eliza, now a leading figure in global humanitarian efforts, worked tirelessly. The Raven's voice expanded its reach, exposing new networks of trafficking and corporate corruption, always guided by Sarah's unwavering spirit. Emily, her quiet strength a pillar of the foundation, ensured its integrity and growth. Their partnership was a formidable force, a living legacy. My own life settled into a comfortable rhythm. I wrote my memoirs, not just of the Vance Thorne case, but of the many investigations that had shaped my career, always careful to intertwine the lessons learned from the weaver's knot. I volunteered at a local community center, finding a different kind of purpose in helping young people navigate the complexities of urban life. I had made peace with the world, with its shadows and its lights. Then, 5 years after Elias' last fleeting appearance, another package arrived. It was a small, plain brown envelope addressed to me at my home. No return address, no sender. My heart, accustomed to the quiet pace of retirement, immediately began its familiar, uneasy rhythm. This was never just a regular delivery. Inside, nestled between two pieces of blank cardboard, was a single faded photograph. It was old, clearly taken decades ago, with the slightly blurred quality of an amateur snapshot. It depicted a small group of people smiling, standing on the deck of what appeared to be a cargo ship. A younger, leaner Vance was there, laughing, her arm around a tall, handsome man who could only be Thomas, looking vibrant and full of life. There was also a younger Julian Vance, a sly smirk on his face, and a stern-looking Genevieve Thorne, her gaze sharp, even in the casual setting. But my eyes were drawn to a figure at the very edge of the frame, partially obscured by a stack of ropes. A young woman with kind eyes and a faint scattering of freckles, Sarah Jenkins. She was there on a Vance shipping vessel, decades ago, before her death, before Aliner's disappearance, before Julian's empire, before any of us even knew her name. My blood ran cold. Sarah Jenkins on a Vance shipping vessel with the entire Vance family. This wasn't a warning or a puzzle. It was a shattering revelation delivered years after the entire case was supposedly closed, long after Genevieve Thorne was imprisoned, long after Elias Thorne had vanished. Attached to the back of the photograph with a tiny piece of almost invisible tape was another small, folded note. The paper was the same slightly yellowed, handmade stock, and the handwriting was elegant, precise, almost calligraphic, Genevieve Thorne's hand. But this time it was a single line, stark and chilling. Some knots are woven not by choice but by blood. The deepest shadows are cast by those who stand in the light. The weaver's knot is endless. And below the message, a single, perfectly drawn, stylized raven, identical to the one Sarah Jenkins had used, the one etched onto her locket, the one Elias had carved onto the puzzle box. My hand trembled as I held the photograph and the note. It was impossible. Sarah Jenkins had no known connection to the Vance family prior to her investigation. Emily had confirmed it. Our deepest dives into Sarah's background had yielded nothing. Yet here she was in a faded photograph, standing on a Vance shipping vessel with the very family she would later try to expose. Some knots are woven not by choice but by blood. This wasn't about manipulation or control. This was about something deeper, something inherent, something genetic. The deepest shadows are cast by those who stand in the light, the Vance family, all of them. The weaver's knot is endless. It was a final, chilling taunt, a confession from Genevieve Thorne, even from her prison cell, that there was a truth so deeply buried, so intrinsically woven into the fabric of the Vance legacy, that even our relentless pursuit of justice had missed it. I immediately called Emily and Eliza. Their voices, when they heard my explanation, were filled with a mixture of disbelief and growing dread. They arrived at my apartment within the hour, their faces pale, their eyes fixed on the old photograph. Eliza gasped when she saw Sarah in the frame. "My God," she whispered, her hand flying to her mouth. "Is that Sarah? But how?" Emily's gaze, usually so steady, was wide with shock. "It can't be. I would have known. I would have remembered. Sarah never spoke of being on a Vance ship, never spoke of knowing them so intimately." "The photograph is real," I said, my voice grim, my detective's instincts screaming a profound, terrible truth. "The forensic analysis of the paper, the print, the individuals, it's authentic, and the note is Genevieve Thorne S. This is the final layer, the true, forgotten name." "Blood," Eliza repeated, looking at the note, her face draining of all color. "What does she mean by blood? My family had no known connections outside our immediate circle or the Thornes through business." Then Emily, her eyes fixed on Sarah's face in the photograph, a sudden horrifying realization dawning in their depths. She looked from Sarah's kind eyes in the picture to Eliza's sharp, intelligent gaze, and then to a faint, almost imperceptible detail in the background of the snapshot, a tiny, delicate silver locket hanging from Sarah's neck, almost obscured by her hair. Sarah's grandmother's locket, the secret keeper, the one that had held the microSD card, the one that had been sent to me years ago. "The locket," Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. "She never took it off. She said it was her grandmother S, a family heirloom." Eliza looked from Emily to the locket in the picture, then back to Sarah's face. A slow, agonizing recognition spread across her features. Her eyes, filled with a sudden, unbearable knowledge, snapped back to Emily, then to me. "My mother," Eliza whispered, her voice choked with a chilling certainty. "My mother had a sister, a younger sister. She disappeared years before I was born, a family tragedy they called it. A scandalous affair, a child born out of wedlock, a quiet removal from the family line. She was never spoken of again. Her name was Clara Vance." A collective gasp filled the room. The unspoken implication hung heavy in the air, a final, devastating blow. "Sarah Jenkins," I said, the words heavy with the weight of revelation, "was Clara Vance's daughter. Sarah was your cousin Eliza and Julian S. and Thomas S." The silence that followed was deafening, suffocating. The entire narrative, the entire intricate weaver's knot, twisted and reshaped itself into a monstrous new form. Sarah Jenkins wasn't just a principled graphic designer who stumbled upon a crime. She was family. She was a Vance. Her relentless pursuit of justice, her sacrifice, her very existence was a direct challenge to the bloodline that had tried to erase her mother and then her. The forgotten name, Eliza whispered, tears streaming down her face, tears of profound grief and unbearable understanding. It was Genevieve, it was Clara, and her daughter Sarah, hidden in plain sight all along, a knot woven by blood, by shame, by silence. And Genevieve, Emily added, her voice trembling, she knew, all along. She knew Sarah was Clara's daughter. She knew who she was when Sarah started investigating. She probably orchestrated Clara's disappearance, her erasure, just as she orchestrated Thomas's imprisonment and your own staged vanishing, Eliza. This was her deepest secret, her ultimate masterpiece of control. The truth was a bitter, devastating pill. Sarah Jenkins, the hero, the messenger, was not an outsider. She was a family member fighting against the very blood that flowed in her veins, against the toxic legacy of a family that had dismissed, exploited, and erased its own. Her courage, her unwavering commitment to justice, took on an even more profound, tragic dimension. This was the cost of knowing. The revelation that the deepest shadows were cast not by strangers, but by those who stood in the closest, most intimate light. The final thread of the weaver's knot was a thread of blood, a testament to a truth so deeply buried that it required decades and unimaginable sacrifice to finally surface. And the story, I realized, was not yet truly over. This was the final, devastating turn, the ultimate revelation that rewrote everything we thought we knew, leaving us with a profound, unsettling understanding of the Vance legacy. The old photograph, a ghost from a past none of us had truly known, lay on my dining table. Sarah Jenkins standing on a Vance shipping vessel decades ago, a young woman with a future she could never have imagined. In the note, Genevieve Thorne's elegant script etched with a final chilling cruelty. Some knots are woven not by choice, but by blood. The deepest shadows are cast by those who stand in the light. The weaver's knot is endless. Eliza, her face streaked with tears, sank into a chair. Clara, she whispered, the name a painful echo from a carefully buried past. My aunt, my mother's sister, and Sarah was her daughter, my cousin. Emily, her own face pale, reached across the table and grasped Eliza's hand. Her eyes, usually so clear, were clouded with a new kind of grief, a profound shock that shook her to her core. My sister, she murmured, her voice thick. She was fighting her own family, her own blood. All this time she carried that burden alone. The revelation ripped through us, rewriting every chapter of the intricate saga. Sarah Jenkins wasn't just a principled artist who stumbled upon a monstrous crime. She was a descendant of the very family she sought to expose. Her fight was not just for justice, but for vindication against a legacy that had, for generations, chosen darkness and control over truth and humanity. Genevieve, Eliza said, her voice hardening, wiping her tears with a fierce gesture. She knew all of it. She orchestrated Clara's disappearance, her erasure, just as she did Thomas's. She kept Sarah's lineage a secret, burying it under layers of shame and silence, ensuring that no one would ever connect Sarah's art, her message, to the very bloodline she was trying to expose. Emily nodded slowly, a new resolve forming in her eyes. And Elias, he knew too, he must have. His note, the deepest shadows are cast by those who stand in the light. He wasn't just talking about the Vances. He was talking about his own grandmother and the silence she enforced on everyone, even her own family. The weaver's knot is endless, Genevieve's final taunt. It was not just a confession of her enduring power, but a testament to the insidious nature of the Vance family's hidden legacy, a cycle of corruption and erasure that stretched back decades, claiming lives and identities long before Sarah Jenkins ever put pen to paper. The immediate implications were profound. We contacted Commissioner Miller and the legal team handling Genevieve Thorne's appeals. The photograph, authenticated beyond doubt, and Eliza's testimony about her Aunt Clara added a devastating new dimension to Genevieve's crimes. It revealed a lifelong pattern of ruthless manipulation, not just of business empires, but of human lives, of family narratives, of history itself. The media, already engrossed in Genevieve Thorne's trials, exploded with the news. The Shadow Queen had not only trafficked humans and imprisoned her own kin, but had systematically erased entire branches of her family tree to protect her power. The public outcry was immense, solidifying her image as a villain of unimaginable cruelty. For Eliza, this truth was both agonizing and liberating. The shame and discomfort of her family's past, the whispers of scandal, were now replaced by fierce pride in her cousin Sarah and a profound empathy for her Aunt Clara. The burden of being Eleanor Vance, the socialite who had fled, was fully shed. She was Eliza, a woman whose life was now inextricably linked to fighting the very evils her family had perpetuated. She dedicated herself to honoring Sarah's memory in an even deeper way. The Raven's Voice Foundation, under Eliza and Emily's leadership, launched a new global initiative, Project Clara. It focused on uncovering and supporting victims of generational erasure, those whose identities and histories had been systematically suppressed or denied by powerful families or institutions. It was a mission to untangle the deepest, most insidious knots of silence, to bring light to those who had been forced into absence. Emily, initially reeling from the shock, found a new strength in this shared, painful truth. Sarah wasn't just her sister by choice and love, she was family to Eliza, a fact that deepened their already unshakable bond. Together they channeled their grief and newfound understanding into a powerful force for change, ensuring that Clara Vance and all others like her would never truly be forgotten again. As for me, the retired detective, I found a different kind of closure. The Weaver's knot, as Genevieve had so chillingly prophesied, was endless. New shadows would always emerge, new complexities would always arise. But now I knew the true nature of the fight. It wasn't just about catching criminals, it was about confronting systemic darkness, about battling the unseen forces that shaped lives and histories. I thought about Sarah Jenkins, the kind-eyed artist who had died trying to bring light to the shadows. Her legacy, now understood in its full tragic depth, was a testament to unwavering courage, to the power of a single individual to unravel a tapestry of deceit woven across generations. She was the original Raven, her voice soaring across time, her truth echoing in the hearts of those who continued her fight. My role in the story was done. I had found the threads, followed the clues, and witnessed the profound, transformative power of truth. The world was messy, complex, and often cruel, but it also held extraordinary individuals like Sarah, Emily, and Eliza who dared to untangle the deepest knots, proving that even in the face of endless shadows, the light would always find a way to shine. I often visited the small art gallery, standing before Elias Thorne's sculpture. The message carved into the wood no longer felt like a trap, but a final, poignant acknowledgement. Elias, the other Raven, understood the profound and often painful cost of knowing. He had played his part, illuminating the darkness from within, and then vanished, leaving his own complex legacy, a silent testament to the enduring power of art to both conceal and reveal. I had come full circle, from a naive young detective believing in simple solutions to a seasoned veteran who understood the intricate, often invisible dance between light and shadow. The Alina Vance case, The Weaver's Knot, had taught me that some stories never truly end. They simply evolve, their threads continuing to weave new patterns, new challenges, new triumphs in the endless tapestry of human experience. And I, for one, was content to watch those threads unfold, knowing that the battle for light, though perpetual, would always be fought.